started. We're running a tiny bit late, but that's okay. We got more people here. And I'm excited about what we're doing here. We had this idea a while back that, maybe we could look for some future poll worker leadership, like, what's her name?
Abigail.
Sorry. Abigail's.
I would love some.
Abigail. Sorry, Abigail. I should know your name. Abigail, and then this young man too. But also, I figured, there's also some poll workers that would like to have a lot more hands-on training than what we get on those Saturdays. So we thought, this would be a perfect time, and
everybody listen up.
And so we decided to try to work with both parties. And the first party that was I got a call back from, hey, yeah, let's do this, and you can use our location. I'm like, okay, great. So, but I'm glad to see that we have Democrats and Republicans here. Thank God. Okay, thank you, Lord, that we all can come together and for the good of Nueces County. That just blesses my heart.
That's how it should be.
So exactly the way it should be. And so anyway, we're going to open up with prayer, and then Kim pretty much got the whole training time. And we do have some equipment that we're going to let you literally put together. I was telling her some of the issues that I have is that you tend to, when you get there on site to set up and get ready, you tend to go right towards the machinery that you're comfortable opening up and putting together. And there's always that one particular piece of equipment that you've never put together before. So if that's you, lean towards the ones that you've never put together before, never set up, so that you've got the additional hands-on training for that. So if you could keep your questions to a minimum, I hope you've got paper. There's plenty of pencils out there. If there's a question that maybe you could wait a little bit and let us stop for we're going to have breaks between time. And you could, when we break, you could stop and ask those questions then. So if you could maybe do that. We've got a lot to cover. This is like, what did you say, five times more than what you would get than what you get. And this gentleman here, Spencer, is videoing us. Does anybody have a problem with being videoed before we go any further? In case you
have
did.
to dance?
Yeah, I did put good makeup on, so I'm okay.
Right.
So,
no,
it
it's mainly going to capture.
So, all right, so let's open up with prayer and just thank you all for being here. Father God, we just thank you. We thank you for this opportunity to come together in this wonderful country of freedom and brave men and women. Father God, I thank you that we have a melting pot of Americans here that want to improve their skills, add to their skills, or just become skilled in working the polls. Father God, thank you so much for the facilities that we have here today. And Lord, I pray at the end of the day that we can all walk away saying, you know what, I learned something. I learned something today that's been on my mind that I've not been able to get a handle on, but today I understand it. And so, Father God, we ask you in Jesus' name to put a blessing and protection on this place, and we thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Kim?
Thank you all for coming. We really appreciate it. Before we get started, we've got about 80 slides that we're going to go through. That's a lot of material, so whatever you've got a question, I'm probably going to address it at some point. So if you hear, we'll get to that, don't be offended. Just, realize that I tried to be as thorough as I possibly could. I was so thorough that I was supposed to have this presentation finished 3 days ago. And I just kept adding and adding and adding and adding, and then I pulled out another notebook and I found something new and I added something else. So before I knew it, it got up to about 80 slides. At 12:15 this morning, I went, enough.
Enough, yeah.
Enough. So, pardon me if I sound a little foggy. I actually caught that cold that everybody's been passing around, so that's why I'm not hugging or anything today. We call this the leadership training because the idea is that we wanted to get people to learn to become judges or leads, as Tara sometimes calls us. We want people to do more than just volunteer part-time. We want them to actually step up and be the one responsible for carrying on everything that goes on in the polling place. And it really is a big responsibility. Let me see a show of hands of people that have worked the polls. All right, let me see a show of hands of people that have been a judge or lead. All right, so these guys, I don't know if you all really realize how much they go through in order to pull this off. A lot of long days, but it is rewarding to know that you've done something successful in the end. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Last week we covered election laws. We will touch just a little bit on those today, but we're not going to spend a lot of time on the laws because that's basically behind us. We are going to move on, and this is our practical training. And this is what we're going to be covering today. Quite a bit, I realize. First thing we have to do is make sure that everybody in this room is aware of how you sign up to work. And basically, you will have to get in touch with your party, and that person will tell you how they're going to pay you. So you need to fill out paperwork. I know that there's 2 people that have not been able to get this accomplished. Has everybody else been able to get this accomplished?
At this time.
You have not? Okay. Make sure that you do this very quickly. Okay? For the most part, most of the clerks and judges have been selected in advance. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to have last-minute needs. So you definitely want to make sure that you get this done. The other part of signing up is you need to make sure that you've also signed up with the county, because the county will pay you for the early voting portion and the party will pay you for election day. Okay? So basically you've got 2 sets of paperwork you've got to fill out. And I believe that I'm not sure what the Democratic Party does, but the Republican Party, you would be checking right here, with Pat and Hilda in order to fill out their paperwork and make sure that they know how to pay you. There are some requirements for you to be able to work, and they'll tell you what those are. But basically, you must be a citizen, you must be of age, you must be a voter, and you must vote in this county. So, and you must live in this county. First thing that we have to do is hold ourselves up to a very high standard as leaders. We have to be courteous, respectful, patient, and kind to everybody that comes in that door. That means, yes, the one that's threatening you, yes, the one that comes in has had a bad day, and we've all had those before, I'm sure. We also need to walk a straight line and not have political discussions with anyone. It's funny because me and my team, when we had time, have a seat please, thank you Martha for coming. My team and I decided that there were probably about 60 or 70 different topics that we should just not discuss at all. Okay? So if you really start thinking about it, that leaves, what did you have for dinner last night? Where'd you go to high school? Okay, so we are really trying to toe the line and make sure that voters do not overhear us espousing our beliefs or expressing concern about a candidate or expressing support of a candidate or a measure. It is extremely important that we not influence a voter. If that voter leaves that place and has the impression that everybody is of a certain party, that voter could very well call the Secretary of State, who will rain down on us like a duck on a June bug. Okay? Yes, and we don't want those calls from HEWL, yes. So, all right, well, we also want to look professional, guys. No shorts, please, even in the summer. Clean clothing, closed-toe shoots, etc. And just as we don't allow them to come in with political shirts of candidates that are currently running, we cannot wear them as well, okay? If you happen to have a car that has a bunch of bumper stickers, which some of us probably do, espousing your beliefs, see if you can park it backward, okay? Just so that we're not influencing curbside voters. That's a little something that I kind of learned in the last one. Somebody came in and said, "Ooh, whose car is that?" I'm like, "Ooh." Anyway,
We
you know
gotta be
what I'm
outside the
saying?
100 feet.
Huh?
Gotta be outside the 100 feet.
Well, yeah, and see, that's the other concern, is we don't think about bumper stickers, but yeah, absolutely. All right, other thing is that everybody, I realize that our phones are important to us because they basically have not only our lives on them, and and how we pay, and pictures, and our schedule, but you have to put them down when you're at the polls, okay? The only person that is allowed to use a phone inside the polling place where voting is taking place is your lead or your judge, and that's only for polling business, okay? Now, there may be times when the judge has to step outside in order to make phone calls that we don't want voters to overhear, such as incidents that happen with voters or whatever, and that's appropriate. There may be times when you have to step outside in order to accept a call that came in. And so just ask for a quick break, make sure that your position is covered, and then go and do so, okay? The other thing that's really important is if you're scheduled to work at 6:30, please be there at 6:30, not 6:35, not 6:40, because I don't know about you guys, I want to get that last 5 minutes of sleep and then make sure that I hit the ground running. And I don't want to waste any time. I want to get there just in time to set up, and I need everybody else to do the same thing. So if we say it's going to take us 25 minutes to set up, we mean 25 minutes. Very important. Thank you so much for understanding. Okay, so as the leader, you set the example. You're the one that needs to be on time. You're the one that has to smile. You're the one that has to be the leader and calm people down and be respected. All right, some extra responsibilities that fall on the judge or the lead's hands. From now on, I'm just going to say judge rather than judge lead because they're really the same thing. The difference is that technically you're a lead in early voting and you're a judge on election day. So you're still the leader, okay? Not that you don't all do the same work, but you're the one that's going to get your Thanksgiving turkey head chopped off if you do something wrong. First thing that you do as the lead is you take the responsibility of transporting equipment in your car to the polling place. Now, usually what happens is they will ask the leaders to come in at a specified time, something like 9 to 12 on a Friday or whatever. And so you will go up to the courthouse, you will pick up the equipment, and they will help you put it in your car. All right, a couple things need to be talked about here. First time this happened, I didn't realize that I needed to clean my car out first. Okay? I had like beach chairs and, stuff like that in the back, and I'm like, ooh, I need every single inch. Yeah, I need every single inch of this car. Because what they're going to give you that has not already been delivered to the polling place is everything that you're going to see back there. All right, so when we get to messing with the equipment, you'll see what I'm talking about. Then you also need to think about what are you going to do with this equipment for 2 to 3 days before you start setting up. It's important as judge that you're responsible for making sure that that equipment is secure. So, obviously, lock your car, duh, right? But more than that, if you have a garage and you can get your car in the garage, that's a whole different matter, then park your car in the garage, all right? Don't do a lot of unnecessarily running around groceries and all that sort of thing. Time everything just perfectly so that you've got that taken care of before you know you're going to be saddled with equipment, before you can drop it off at the polling place. And it's also the judge's responsibility to get in touch with the person that is opening the door for them at the polling place. Most of us probably go to schools or churches, okay? That's the majority of what we have. And my particular polling place is a church. So I have to get in touch with the minister who gets us in touch with the people that manage the grounds who will set up a time to deliver a key to me. Sometimes you don't get your own key. Sometimes they want to be there when you come in and they want to be there to lock up when you leave. That happens with schools. So try as much as you can to limit the amount of time that your car has that equipment in it between the time you pick it up and the time you're able to set up. Ultimately, too, one thing that is kind of frustrating is having to make judgment calls, and that's where the word judge comes in, on difficult situations. When you make a judgment call based on a voter's needs or attitudes or any issue having to do with helping them vote, then you're going to be responsible for making sure that that's legal. So that's why we are going through this so thoroughly, okay? One of the first things that I would recommend that you do if you're going to be a judge is buy a signature stamp, okay? Because the judge is responsible for being the one that actually signs the ballot. Everybody in here, you've all seen a ballot, right? You know what I'm talking about, okay. And on the right-hand side, on the bottom, you're going to be stamping your name or signing your name. And on election day, which is going to be our busiest day, you don't want to be the one that's having to sign 500, 600, 700, 800 ballots.
Yes.
Yeah, you can definitely give your signature stamp to somebody that's working on your team and have them stamp for you. You don't want to do too many at a time, but you don't want to do too few either because you don't want to get behind. Next thing that I think is really important is that everybody learns every position. Pam earlier was talking about how you get comfortable doing a certain thing and that's all you want to do. That if you know how to set up something, you gravitate toward that piece of equipment. It's important that if you see somebody that's brand new, and Richard, Nada, brand new people that are coming into the place, that as a team member, you help the judge, and the judge makes everybody do every single position so that they understand the complexities of it. Not only that, but you're going to have a bathroom break, okay? You're going to need to step outside every couple hours and have a snack or something. You might need to take a phone call, which, is understood. But everybody needs to be able to just slide into that position and say, next, no problem, seamlessly. If you have adequate staff, this is the way I like to set up, and that is somebody greets them at the door. Thank you for coming in to vote. Step right over here to the check-in table, please. You're going to have somebody sitting at the table, just picture right there, and this person has the e-poll pad. And the e-poll pad is where they actually give you the photo identification, and you run it, and you are able to move them down the line to the next person, who is the controller. The controller is the one that issues the access code for them to get into the machine to vote, as well as instructs the voter to pick a piece of paper to put in the machine. Another person would also observe voters. If every one of you is at a voting station, we call them duos. That's just what the hard equipment is called. It's a duo. Then basically, there needs to be somebody roaming around like this, just watching to make certain that some things are not occurring. One, that we're exchanging verbal information between voters, okay, or trying to influence somebody else's vote, which can happen pretty often when you've got couples coming in, voting together, especially if one of them is maybe a little bit challenged, handicapped or something, then the other one will attempt to influence her vote. You also want to make sure that they didn't bring soft drinks in, that they don't foul the equipment, that they don't walk away from it before casting their ballot. There's so many things that you're looking for. And if you've got somebody that does nothing to watch, just think of it like a sheepdog, right? I'm watching my sheep. All right, everybody, stay where you are. All right, I got you. All right. So that's kind of like herding mentality. Make sure that everything's going on properly. Ideally, that would be the judge, because the judge would be the one that has to step in and say the words that people don't want to hear. I'm so sorry, sir, you cannot pull your phone out in order to look up your choices for voting. Nobody wants to hear that. We also need somebody that is willing to assist the voters with paperwork. You'll have a table set up in your location, and there'll be forms, lots of forms. We're gonna get to forms in a few minutes. This is government. We got forms. We got a form for a form. We got everything, okay? Then ideally, we have somebody that offers help if needed, like somebody that's really good with getting paper jams cleared, all right? And here we go again, we all need to learn how to do this, rather than just depend on Marcus, who knows how to clear a paper jam in a heartbeat, right? Marcus takes somebody under his wing and he says, Leanne, this is how you clear a paper jam, right? So we're all cross-training and learning from each other, and then switching positions as we can. Some of these positions you're standing the whole time. Other positions you're sitting the whole time. So it's good to switch out so that everybody has an opportunity to take a load off, you know? This slide is basically talking about some of the setup, which we've already talked about. One thing that I was not able to get from Kara was the large folding poster that we would set up somewhere near the entrance with the sample ballot. And I believe most of you could probably visualize this if you've been in to vote. Let me just ask, has everybody in this room voted before? All right, okay, good. Just double checking, you know. But when you walk in, almost the first thing you see is this big old placard. It's on a table, and it's got a sample ballot. That sample ballot, by the way, they only give you one per polling place. So no, a person cannot take that with them or take it home. So that's one thing that is going to be one of those difficult things to deal with. However, they can get their own sample ballot if they go online and look it up.
But not on their phone right there.
But not on their phone, not right there, and they always want to take a picture of the sample ballot right there. So, you know, you've got to work through these things. One thing that we learned pretty quickly is fleeing voters causes a lot of paperwork for you. So, we definitely want to keep them from fleeing, okay? Remember the sheepdog. No, cast your ballot before you leave. All right, now you may leave. So, set up the scanner near the exit, but make sure that it's within sight of a poll worker, okay?
Your
Yeah,
controller can tell when they have completed the ballot because it comes up on the machine.
that's a good
And
point, Barbara.
she can alert the person that's the sheepdog, say,
Yep, I need a sheepdog. Sheepdog, go after that sheep. All right, think about the flow of voters as they come in and they leave. I was visualizing this as a mini polling place, and it'll look more like one when we get the equipment out. But people coming in this door, they're going out this door. So when we set up this scanner here, we need to make sure that somebody's standing right here and saying, okay, yeah, you just sit it in just like that. All right, thank you very much. Here, take that sticker if you like. There you go. Would you go out this way, please? So that you're not constantly having this cross traffic. Some polling places you don't have an option. Some polling places you've got one door and that's it.
that's it.
Yeah. But think about the flow when you're setting up, because that is very important. It's something you'll be living with for 2 weeks. Another thing that I was unable to get from Kara was a supply box. So I brought my own. So forgive me if this is a little crude looking. Imagine that this is a great big, you know, like you put your Christmas ornaments in, like this, you know, clear box. And these are supplies that I have collected through the years. Want to know what this is for?
Yes,
Sign.
The signs.
Bring your own hammer.
Yeah, you have to bring your own.
It will not be a hammer.
Bring your own hammer. Yes. Yes, and don't forget to put your name on it, because I lost a hammer one year because it went back with the cage.
Yes.
All right. You know, obviously, you're going to need baggies. Trust me, guys. And you go, what do you need baggies for? You're going to need them. Just bring them. Okay? All right. Some extra ink for your stamper. These are some extra forms, which I don't know how in the world they got in my supply box. But one thing that I will tell you from having worked many of these cycles is that they never give you enough of anything. One year they gave me like 8 paper clips. And I'm like, so I called down and I said, if you've got anybody coming this way, could you bring me a box of paper clips, please? I never lived that one down, ever. I was actually instructed to go buy my own, that they were busy. And then I realized, of course, that they were right, of course. What a stupid thing, right? So that's why I have my own supply box. And I always have plenty of paper clips in here.
So check your box when you get it to make sure that.
Yes, ma'am. And
Before
these
you
are-
get to the podium.
And these are some of the things that I think are really important. Extra forms, some more signs. These are the ones that I actually laminated and have been carrying around for 5 years. You'd be surprised how important it is to have some extra ones. Like, here's one. This is a good one. They don't give you one that says this. Please do not walk behind other voters.
Yeah.
Pretty cool, huh? All right. They never give you enough no cell phone signs. And they certainly don't give you an entrance and an exit sign. And those are really helpful. All right, you're going to get a box of pens. You never get enough pens. Don't let people walk off of them. Matter of fact, I think that this year I am going to go to Dollar Tree and get those little fuzzy, ugly flower thingies and tape them on every last pen in that place.
Right.
Because we lost like 3 pull pad pens last cycle. I'm like, what?
You lost the stylus?
Lost 3 of them. 3 of them walked
I
off.
never let my people take out more than 1 for each stylus because that will happen.
I know
You take
it.
them all
Kim,
out and
question.
they disappear.
That do not walk behind other voters sign, did you make that or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like,
And that also goes for whoever's roaming the room to make sure everybody is doing what they're doing. You can't walk behind. People get very,
well, back to the point. Watch the flow of where people are coming and going and how you can give people the most possible privacy, yet give them enough space to get in and out of their duo, okay? Extra cords, believe it or not, you need extra cords. Extra tape, yes. Don't use this kind of tape. We ruined a floor of one of the locations that we were at, and they had to actually send somebody in and use a scraper to get the residue. When this is in a building for 2 weeks, it will mess up the floor. So these are also really important. Don't ask me what for, but we always end up using these, okay?
Zip ties.
Oh my God, be surprised how often you need them. Especially with the outside signs.
For cable management.
Okay, you're gonna get a bunch of lanyards with name tags. If you have a name tag from a previous election, then bring it, save the county a nickel, whatever. We've got all these extra paper, to put in the paper to the machines, you know what I'm talking about?
Printer rolls.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, like adding machines, they need paper. Pay attention before you remove the old one, before you put the new one in, so that you put it in the same way that the old one came out. That was one I had to really learn. Believe it or not, kind of crazy. And there's 2 sizes, okay? You got the big one, and you got the little one, okay? Yeah,
the
so,
other one goes in the controller.
yeah, exactly. One goes in the controller, and the other one goes in the pull pad. Yeah, and this is the way I remember it, okay? The pull pad's really small. It's the printer of the pull pad's about this big, okay? But the paper's big. So you got a little box, big paper. You've got little paper for the big box, which is the controller, okay? All right. Believe it or not, just plain old tape.
Correct.
Yes, absolutely. Lots and lots of tape. Because one of the things that I always recommend you do is to tape things to the table. There's certain things that you're going to want people to see. and they have to be exposed and available, but people tend to walk off with stuff, then it falls off the table, the wind blows it when they walk in the door, whatever. So tape down anything that's important. If there's instructions, if there's something in here that you like, print it off at home, and I'll send you the presentation afterward, and tape it to the table. You can have your entire table, nothing but forms if you want. Just make sure that they're accessible so you can get the information really quickly because you'll need it. Okay. All right, so the cage is delivered in advance of you getting there. And it's also the judge's responsibility to make sure that the cage is there whenever you decide that you're going to go and set up. A lot of times the cage is sitting in a locked closet, which the janitor may have the only key to. These are things that you've got to ask in advance. If you're talking to the person that manages the facility, say, exactly where is it? Will I have access to this? Will I have access to it nightly? Will I be able to get in and out of it easily? Okay, these are all things you need to know.
Can I interject something right now? Always, when I go to a site, I ask for two things, either the principal or the assistant principal and the head custodian. When I speak to them, I get the head custodian's phone number. I have been locked out because nobody was there when we got there. And time is precious
It
because
is.
you gotta get it set up by a certain time. So always get your your head custodian's phone number.
That's a very good idea. Make sure
And that way,
exchange
if
phone
nobody's
numbers.
there, you can call and say,
Well-
we're here, you need to get here right away.
Yeah, that's a very good
And talk
point.
to them actually before and make sure they understand how important it is,
Exactly.
not just that day.
Yeah, and not only that, not only just the judge, but you might want to make sure that whoever you kind of consider your second in command, somebody that's almost always there with you, maybe worked with you for a long time, they have it as well. Okay, we're going to switch subjects here. We're going to talk about people allowed in the polling place. I think most everybody knows this, but basically you're not allowed to just walk in, look over things, look at the sample ballot, walk out, okay? This is not a social, occasion. This is not where we greet our neighbors and have long discussions and find out information. If somebody comes in and they need information, then a poll worker needs to take them outside, fill them in on the process, and just determine whether or not they're coming in to vote or not, okay? We had a real funny situation at one of the polling places that I worked at. It was a community center, and so people are used to coming in and out. And it had a really nice ice maker, really nice. We're talking one of those industrial, like the scoop is like this big, because they would do like fish fries and stuff like that. So there was this woman that lived right behind the community center.
Oh my gosh, you can't.
And she would, every single day, she would bring her ice chest over. She'd come in the back door, and which you need to keep locked, by the way, if this is happening. And she would fill up her ice chest with the ice, and then she would walk out. And the first time this happened, I was green, man. I was so brand new. I'm sitting there going, what just happened? One of the people that I worked with knew the woman and knew that this is what she did. She says, oh, that's just Susie or whatever. She does that all the time. I'm like, well, of course, we found out that that's not legal, right? Okay. It's not harming anybody, but it is not legal. Another time we had a guy come in and he had his yoga mat with him. Like slung over his arm here, backpack over here. And he comes in and he says, just right in the middle of the room, he says, do y'all mind if I do my yoga right here? Anyway, so you will, believe me, you will be able to write a book after you do one of these. But you better quit before you do, okay? Don't name any names. All right, we're going to move along here. It's the judge's unfortunate responsibility to do some things, that are not real pleasant, yes.
Can I make one point too?
Yes.
I've seen this happen. Do not, if somebody comes in, oh, so-and-so just was in here a little while ago voting. Don't reveal who's voting, that is illegal. And
Even if it's a
very
husband, even if it's a
Easy
wife.
to do in a close-knit community, so this is
Mhm.
just a reminder, most people know,
Yep,
but just being friendly sometimes you gotta do what's
exactly, and it's real easy to do if you've been in the same polling place for a really long time. I mean, you'll catch yourself doing it and you'll realize after you've done it that that wasn't the right thing to do. And it happens, we're all human, but
Yeah.
try to stop
I'm so
yourself.
sorry. Can you go back to that screen and just go down the list of who is allowed in the polling?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, obviously, election workers, judge, lead, poll workers. That also includes a voting system technician if we have somebody that Kara sends to try to fix a problem, which she's pretty short-handed. I doubt that's gonna happen. That's somebody that's gonna fix it's gonna be you. So wear comfortable clothes because you'll be crawling around on the floor a lot. The Secretary of State can send somebody. Don't be terrified because usually you'll get a phone call in advance from either Kara or one of her workers, and they'll say, the SOS is coming. Oh, okay, all right, no problem. If you're doing everything the way you're supposed to be doing it, you've got your signs up the way that they are, and everybody's behaving, then there's nothing to be worried about. But, you get on your toes and just make sure that everything is strapped down. You got your life jackets on? Okay, get ready. Yes, ma'am.
I need to ask a question. On the other side, it says a child under 18 years of age with a parent who's voting. So children are not allowed
No,
in?
it says persons allowed in polling place. On the left,
Okay,
okay? They're allowed.
they are allowed? Okay,
Yes.
because I always tell the parents, because that's how I taught my children to vote. They went with me.
Of course.
But I tell the parents, they're not allowed to touch the machine. They cannot talk to you while you're voting.
Exactly.
They can observe, but all they can do is stand next to you and watch.
That's a
and
very good
it.
point. Thank you, Barbara. And if I missed something, I appreciate it if any of you people that have worked before pointed out. That is very helpful. At 12:15 in the morning, I just wasn't willing to do another slide,
You're doing fine.
Okay, staff members of the Elections Division of the Office of Secretary of State. One time we had a lady come from the SOS, and she spent 4 hours taking notes. She didn't say a word after she introduced herself. And then at the very end, she says, okay, bye, y'all be hearing from us. And I followed her out because I'm like, did we pass? She was there 4 hours and she took like copious notes. I walked out and she says, the only thing that I saw that you need to change is that I noticed that your poll workers were handing blank ballots to the voter. She says the voter needs to select which blank ballot they want. She says you need to fan them out, don't touch them, allow the voter to do it, okay? So, it's a little bit like, all right, anybody play Mahjong? Anybody?
I do.
All right, or dominoes or something? Okay. You don't touch somebody else's tiles, right? You don't? Yeah. So the same thing, you don't touch anybody else's ballot. Okay, poll watchers are allowed to be there. We'll talk more about them in a minute. State inspectors. This is a little different thing. A person admitted to vote, children under 18, people providing assistance to voters can be there. Somebody accompanying a disabled voter, which is pretty much the same thing, but the word assistance apply. It actually it means something a little bit different than accompanying.
They
Okay.
have to sign.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. Yeah. Okay. A special police officer appointed by the judge or the lead, in early voting that's going to be Kara. All right. And I've never seen that happen, but some schools I know do have them. And then, of course, the county election official. Kara has showed up before to one of my polling places. And I was so brand new. I'm like, oh my God, the president's just arrived. You know, fearful that everything was correct, but everything was correct. So that makes you feel better. So, poll watchers. Somebody comes in and they say, I am so-and-so, and I am poll watching for, and they tell you who they're poll watching for. You can get a poll watcher that is representing a candidate, a political action committee, or a party. And frequently candidates will hire poll watchers. It's a free position, you don't get paid. And also the thing that people like about that particular position is they kind of come and go.
Right, go on.
There are some laws having to do with how long they have to stay or whatever, but for the most part, they have a very loosey-goosey schedule compared to ours. You're going to make sure that as the judge that you put their certificate of appointment and their training certificate in the daily folder. Carol wouldn't give me a daily folder, but imagine, and I will be showing you a picture here in a little bit, a big manila envelope where everything that you did that day goes in there. Yeah. I often said I think she needs to send us a wheelbarrow, not a folder. So, because sometimes they're pretty fat. All right, then you remind the poll watcher to follow the laws, don't use wireless, put a name tag on. The poll watcher can sit or stand close enough to hear and see what's going on. This is a law that was passed back in 2021 as a result of poll watchers reporting in certain locations, not here in Nueces County, because we run a really tight ship here, guys. But there were poll watchers that were not allowed to be anywhere near what was going on, and they couldn't possibly see what the election official was saying from 40 feet away. So that's the new law, and that's pretty important that if they want to get up and see what's going on, they can. And they cannot talk to anybody but the judge. That's it. And if the judge does relinquish that responsibility to a trusted co-worker, the judge needs to tell the poll watcher, if I'm not available, you may talk to Pam, okay? But find me first if you can. Poll watcher cannot work as a poll worker while poll watching. Now this is, this is really a difficult line, okay? Because a lot of people like us, we're getting older, we get tired, okay, we've already done it, and we end up going to sit for a candidate because I only have to do it for a couple hours and I can go home, right? Have my afternoon nap. And I just want to just jump right in and just help. You know, oh my God, the poor voter here, let me go over and help. No. You're not allowed to help the voter. You're not allowed, please, you know. I believe we've covered. Okay, poll watcher cannot watch voter vote unless voter is being assisted by poll worker. So envision that, Leanne, you are helping a poll worker learn how to insert the paper in the machine. Poll watcher comes over and watches you help the voter, okay? Sometimes they may do this because they're concerned that you're passing on information about a candidate quietly under your breath. You know, just envision that. But that's okay because we're not going to do anything like that. We don't have anything to worry about, right? All right, and a poll watcher can get in their own car and follow the judge all the way back downtown to deliver the equipment if they want to.
I have had that happen.
Yeah.
Me too.
Follow me all the way back to the courthouse.
Well, I don't mind at 9 o'clock at night having a little extra.
That's your gas.
Exactly. All right, let's talk about the ballots that you're going to deal with. There are about 6 different kinds of ballots, but you're only going to deal with 3, okay? The regular ballot would be a person walks in the door, they pick up a blank piece of paper after being processed, and they put it in the machine, and then when it prints out, they scan it and they leave. That's a regular ballot, no complexities here or there.
And you're not supposed to touch those?
See what?
You're not supposed to touch those?
The election official, no, it's best practices not to touch it. to allow them to handle their own ballot. Remember, don't touch my tiles if I'm playing mahjong.
So
Same
that's,
thing.
it's a blank ballot except for during the primary, Kara Sands
Signs it?
signs it. We
Yep.
don't have to sign it for the primary, right?
Yep, she does, yeah.
No, we don't have to sign for the primary. We sign just for the general election.
And that's not been my experience, Marcus. My experience has been that Kara
Kara
signs
and
it
us?
for early voting, she signs it for early voting, and the judge at the polling place signs it for election day.
That's what I mean, okay.
Yeah.
So for early voting, the
They're already
judge, the
signed.
lead doesn't have to sign because Kara's the lead.
Exactly.
She's the
She's
judge.
already sent out
Right.
the ballots in the cage with all the equipment,
And her signature.
with her signature. And if you find one, whenever you're spreading them out for the voters to select, that doesn't have a signature, put it aside, okay?
Yeah, on the primaries, it's co-judges. It's not a lead, is that correct? So
There are
lead-
different terms. The party will send you a letter, the party will send the judge a letter that looks something like this. And they will tell you where you are responsible for going. And many times, if there is a alternate judge, they'll put it on the letter. 9/10 of the time, when I've gotten my letter, they either give me a name of an alternate judge that is dead, doesn't exist, doesn't even know they're working, or they don't give me one at all. Okay? There's something wrong in that picture. So you as the judge, you've got to put together your team. You've got to verify in advance.
Okay, so my point is, I'm hearing that there's co-judges, this is different, because we've been doing this, a few years too.
Mm-hmm.
If that comes out, there might be a possibility of both have to sign the ballot, I don't know, I'm just saying if
No,
that happens.
no, only one person, and that is the presiding judge.
Well, they're not, are they using the term presiding and alternate, or are they using co-judges because it's the primary? I haven't heard for sure, I hope it's presiding alternate, he's a
Where I come from, it's alternate judge and election day judge.
We are too, except the primaries.
Yeah, and all of one.
Yeah.
Well, the
And
primaries,
that's why-
there's one judge, it's Kara. None of the rest of us are judges, because they don't want to give us the power of a state judge for 2 weeks.
That's why she
For early
wants,
voting.
that's for early voting, and that's why she calls us leads.
Right.
Okay, guys, we're gonna get in the weeds here. We're gonna kind of move along. Whatever we're called, the important thing is that there's gonna be one person ultimately responsible and a backup, okay? No matter whether you're in early voting or not. A backup may just be the best friend or the most competent or the most experienced. But we all do the same thing, yes,
And to sum up, that title will be communicated to us
it will.
prior to.
It will, and again, guys, it doesn't really matter what your title is, you're all doing the same thing. You really are, with the exception of the judge who just gets their neck cut off at Thanksgiving, if we have a problem. We're gonna move along here and get back to the ballots. On ballot by mail, this is something that you'll only see at a polling place. If a voter comes in and has changed their mind and wants to give it to you, have you cancel it, and vote in a regular manner, okay? We'll go through how that works in a little bit, but the only other type of ballot you're gonna deal with at the polling place is a provisional ballot. And this gets real complicated. I'm not gonna go into it right now, but most of the time, the person that doesn't have a ballot by mail to surrender is going to do a provisional ballot, okay? If we cannot track down the source of where that ballot might be, and if we can't cancel it, then they may just be real insistent on voting, and that may be the only way they can do it. So, the other types of ballots that are handled, all handled by Kara's office, restricted, which is gonna mean somebody's moved from a different state, and there's some issues there. Limited, again, moving from county to county, and some issues there. And military ballots, which of course she's going to handle completely. Okay, ballots by mail, we wanna really kind of go through pretty thoroughly. I don't know if you know this, but where these originated were basically soldiers that were at war. They were actually going to be away from home for a year, or whatever their term was. But it's kind of been expanded over the decades to include a lot of other people that have or claim disabilities that cause them not to be able to vote in person. They have to have initiated this process with the county clerk's office in advance, okay? And there's a deadline for that. It's posted on every election on our website, saying the last day to request a ballot by mail. The technical word, ballot by mail, that's exactly how it's referred to in the election code, the Texas Election Code, which is a summary of every law that's ever been passed regarding how we operate elections here in Texas. So somebody will say mail-in ballot. Technically speaking, it's a ballot by mail. Tomato, tomato, whatever, okay? Like co-judge, alternate, whatever, whatever it's called, we know what we're referring to. If the voter, of course, requests it, then the voter receives it in their mailbox or their P.O. box, and they fill it out, and they obviously will vote that way. But first they have to request the application first. So it's a two-step process. Voter calls, requests the application, gets the application in the mail, fills it out, sends it in, and then the county clerk's office, that's going to be Kara and Diana and them, they hold on to it, and then when it comes time to send out the ballots by mail, then you will get your ballot by mail if you were the voter. One thing that is confusing for the potential voter is that you have to select what period of time you want to get your mail-in, your ballot by mail, okay? If you just want it just for this election because you're going to be on a cruise ship, or if you want it for the whole year, or if you want it for just this election and the subsequent runoffs, I mean, you have to make a selection. A lot of people don't do that. If the voter did not make a selection, then the majority of the time the elections department will select annual. So you'll get a lot of people that will come in, especially at the end of the year. Like, we're doing a primary now, but 6 months from now we'll be doing election day. So people will request it and not realize that they didn't fill that out. So they will get their ballot by mail for March, and then they're going to be in town in November and they want to vote in person because it's an important day, right? Well, they get a mail-in ballot. All right? So they're like, what? I didn't ask for this. All right, it happens. So you're going to get a whole lot of people surrendering their ballots by mail in November. Not so much in March.
And I say it's also on your poll pad that they got a mail-in
Yeah.
ballot, so
Right.
you know. whether
Exactly. Exactly. If somebody comes in and they're checking in. Yeah.
You said,
It will
well, you
say,
got a mail-in ballot, and they said, well, I didn't know I.
and that will
got
happen.
that process.
That's one of those complexities we have to deal with. Okay, so we're gonna move along here, more ballots by mail. One thing that voters really don't understand is that they cannot fill in this ballot by mail and hand deliver it. It has to be mailed, okay? So that's, seems to me makes a lot of sense, but we actually have had people that actually say, here, can I just drop this off here? No? Yeah, okay. So here's the process. When somebody does surrender the ballot by mail at the polling place, the judge calls the elections department, informs them that Joe Smith has arrived and has a mail-in ballot. She's going to ask you a series of questions. What's his VUID? VUID? Everybody know what a VUID is? Okay.
Your number on your
It's this, right here.
voter registration.
Yeah, right there on your voter registration. Yeah. And now this VUID is something that is assigned to you. It's like the driver's license number. But basically it's assigned to you when you first register, and it never changes. It's retired. So if you, let's say, decide you're not going to vote 5 or 10 times, 5 or 10 years goes by and all of a sudden you want to vote again, you still have a VUID. You may not be active, but you still have a VUID. So this is a really important number to have. When people walk in the door and they would want to present their registration card to you, right here. Don't say, oh, no, I don't need that. Because you might need that. You might need that fluid if you can't find him in the pulpit. So very important, and you're gonna get a whole lot of older folks like me that come in with their driver's license and their card, and they go, oh, I know we don't need these anymore. No, thank you so much for bringing it. You never know when we might need it. All right, so Diana and them are gonna say, okay, they'll say, I've got you on the phone, I'm canceling Joe Smith's ballot, give it a few minutes and then try again. Okay, a few minutes is not a few minutes. I will tell you that right now, okay? I have been lucky enough that a few minutes was actually as little as 45 minutes, but for the most part, it's much longer. So what I always try to do as a judge is I say, if you want to have a seat or maybe go have some lunch, check back with me. You know, when you get back, do you have an errand you need to run somewhere nearby? Because you don't want an angry voter sitting around in there, not doing anything to begin with. You can't wait around in there, you know? So if they're not voting, then they have to leave. So, you know, give it 10 minutes, and if it's not done by 10 minutes, make an appointment with the voter to come back. Just remind them, we're here until 5 o'clock, we're here until 7 o'clock, whatever. And I've even gone so far as to take the person's name and number, and on a piece of paper that I've taped to the table, names and numbers that I'll periodically look up. And then I'll call them and say, guess what, you're cleared, come on in and vote. And voters really like that extra attention, if you have the time to do it.
Can they blow the line?
What's that?
Can they come to the front of the line, or they have to?
Yeah.
You know, that's going to be one of those judgment call things.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'd be real careful about doing that if there was a whole big line. But all right, so back to the process. So you've got a red pen that comes in your handy dandy little pencil box there, and the judge actually takes the red pen and crosses through every single page, front and back, envelopes, instructions, everything having to do with the mail-in ballot, okay? Everything has now got a big old red X on it, and
Put canceled in.
and you put canceled on it, yes. And then, I'm talking but not looking at my notes here, and the, okay, and then after you cancel that, you need to make certain that you fill out the ballot by mail log. There is a canvas bag that you're given, and there's a log. There's a form for everything, remember? It's government. They do nothing but forms. And so here we got a form of a person that surrendered the ballot, and it's secured in this bag, which is considered, it's still, even though it's got canceled all over it, it's still a ballot. So we have to lock it up overnight, okay? All right. Now, this is a paperwork exercise. This is a request to cancel. And I have some of these if we want to do some practice on this, okay? Who wants to practice? Who's new? All right. I'm going to give you this, and it's the top one. I'm going to give you this. It's the top one. Pat made copies of other forms for us.
I need 3 over here.
Okay. All right. You've got other forms behind it, but the one that we're dealing with right now is this one. Okay? Right there. Okay? We can make more if we need to, but for the most part, we can also look on with each other. Okay? Then, here we go, Julie. Come on up. There you go. Okay, so you got to be real careful to fill these out correctly. Yes, Jerry Ann. Oh, sorry. Hello. I didn't mean to overlook you guys.
Yeah, overlook it.
Don't mean to. All right. Anybody? Okay. Benny? Keep in mind that if you make a mistake on these, absolutely. But no, I'm very sorry. No. These forms need to be given to me at the end of the day because technically speaking, I need to shred them if there's anything on them, okay? So you can put your own personal information if you want. They all need to come back to me because these are government forms. All right. Okay, we're gonna finish this one and then move it on. All right, Pam just suggested that we finish filling out this exercise, and she's gonna go get lunch, and we will all have a little break. All right, so the first thing that you wanna do is look over to the left, and it says this section must be completed by every voter. So you make sure when it says I, printed name of voter, go ahead and practice this. Use your pen, put in your name, and you want to make sure that it is your name that is on either your voter registration certificate or your driver's license. Hopefully they'll be the same name. And the next thing is a qualified voter for the name of election. Probably have to provide that. We call this the primary. Okay? Election to be held on, and even if we do early voting, the election is always held on election day. All of the voting that happens in advance are tabulated and added up on election day. So if it's held on month, it's going to be March 3rd, 2026. At that point, underneath there, they write the VUID, okay? If it got a ballot by mail, in the mail, then there will be a VUID actually on the ballot, okay? So if he doesn't have his little card with him, no problem, it's right there on the ballot. And then the voter signs it, okay? So the next section is voter has mail ballot, notice of improper delivery, or notice of surrender ballot. All right, this person is signing that they are surrendering the ballot. The next part underneath there is voter does not have mail ballot, okay? And this is somebody that claims that they never received it. You would be real surprised if people move. A lot of times, whoever moves into the house or whatever after them, they're not really good about return to sender. I don't even think people know what return to sender means anymore. And they actually do things like throw things away, you know? Either that or, you know, quite possible that it just never did get delivered at all. I don't know about you guys, but until I got a locking mailbox, my mail was put in an open box that's on the curb in front of my house.
Not legal, is it?
Yes, it is. Absolutely is. You bet. Absolutely is. Okay, now the section below that, this section to be completed by election official. Okay, here, again, you're going to write down the name of the voter again, the VUID number again, and the registered precinct number. That will be on the ballot. And you are going to, at that point, sign and print your name. And, of course, you're going to put the day that you did this. Now, if you're doing this during early voting, you'll put whatever day that was, not March 3rd, but, you know, if it was February 18th or whatever.
Which precinct?
It will be on your ballot. It will be on your ballot.
Okay.
So you don't even need that. If they're surrendering it, they'll have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it
Okay.
shows the percent on your card also.
Okay.
Okay, all right?
Yeah, it's precinct 116.
Okay, yes,
This is something that needs to be legible. You need to make sure that
Thank
you
you.
can read it. If they can't fill it out legibly,
Fill it
for
out
some
for
reason,
them.
you can fill it out for them, you just can't sign
exactly.
Can't sign
it.
it.
So you just can witness their signing it, but you
Mhm.
can fill it all out for them.
Very good point, Steve.
Okay, that's
Very, very,
So you can help them fill it out
You just
if
don't
they need
sign
it, yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times somebody that would have requested a ballot by mail may actually need some assistance. So, I mean, that's the whole idea, right? So, okay, so now that they've surrendered it, what do they get to do?
They get the vote.
They get to vote,
The wait.
a regular ballot.
They have to wait.
Once
the office.
Yeah,
tells you
because
off.
what happens is that you cannot process them on the e-poll pad
Until it's been cleared.
until it's been cleared by the elections department. Okay. All right, Pam said that we should take a short break.
Good call.
Can I say two things?
Yeah,
Your best friend is gonna be the voter registrar's office,
oh yeah.
and that's 361-888-0404.
I'm one step ahead of you, Barbara.
If I wake up at 2:00 in the morning and you ask me that, I could tell you, because I
Here.
call them that often.
Here, here. Here you go.
The other thing I would like to say
Take one
is,
and pass it around. Tape this on your table, okay?
oh,
If you already have one, or if you're gonna print off this, it's the last slide on this presentation. So if you don't get a hard copy, but this is important, and this is the end of the presentation, not right now, okay?
Run some more copies of that.
What's that?
Get more copies of that.
You can if you want. Oh, extras. Here you go.
Here.
I don't think we really need any more, Pat, to tell you the truth. Here, you all, here, pass them around, okay? That's the very end of the presentation right there, is who to call whenever you need help.
the other thing I'd like to say is, if Kara comes to your site, and I don't know how many of us have worked it before, and she sees something that is wrong, or she sees one of the workers doing something wrong, she won't go to them. Whoever the lead judge is, she'll say, I need to speak to you a minute, and she'll pull you aside. You need to talk to so-and-so because whatever is going on is not according to the instructions. The other thing I do, if we're supposed to be there at 6:30, I'm generally there between 6 and 6:15.
Yeah.
Because when you close down, you've got paperwork to do as the lead judge. You've got stuff to do, and your workers are doing,
And we're
closing down the machine.
we're gonna go to the paperwork, that's gonna be
Oh,
farther down
I'm not
here.
gonna even talk about the paperwork.
Yeah.
What I wanna say is this. If she comes in, cause you never know when she may even come in before you close, or she may come in after you've closed. She has that privilege. If something is not locked down the way it's supposed to be, or whatever, you're the one she's gonna come to. So you need to know that your workers are doing it the way they're supposed to do it. So if you go in early, and I usually go around and just check machines to make sure that they're all locked at night, and that things are the way they're supposed to be, so that that doesn't happen. So I'm always there early. If I'm supposed to be there at 6:30, I'm there between 6 and 6:15. Now I'm unlocking stuff to see that it's done right.
Absolutely. Does anybody wanna take a break? Okay, so picking up where we left off, we were talking about ballot by mail, okay? According to the SOS, there are a lot of people that qualify for provisional voting, okay? And that is to keep people from thinking that we're suppressing anybody's right to vote, okay? So all of these other people, other than people that are ballot by mail voters who can't surrender their ballot, all of these other people can actually vote provisionally. Somebody whose name doesn't appear in the registered voters, and since we don't have a hard copy of a registered voter, you know, like we used to, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm old enough to remember we had what was a poll book. And you would just go like this until you finally got to the Y's, you know? Oh, there she is. And where do you live? Okay, yeah. Sign your name right here, right? Okay, well now we have it all in this neat little box here. As long as you've got power, it works. So anyway, if you cannot look them up, then they apparently, and it's been verified by the voter registrar that the person is not a registered voter. If they demand to vote, they can vote provisionally. It won't count, but they can do it. It won't count because,
When we can't tell them that.
no, we can't. We cannot tell them
We
that.
cannot tell them that.
No, and that's because it would be considered suppressing their vote, okay? Somebody that doesn't present a valid voter registration card, okay, you know, registration cards don't have your picture on it, so, okay, we'll get back to the photo ID. Somebody that cannot be verified through them, these are all three pretty much the same thing. Somebody who possesses an acceptable form of ID but doesn't have it with them, all right? Or who does not have a form of supporting ID with them, does not choose to go and get it, okay? There aren't too many of these people out there, guys. Most of the people that take the time to go to the polls are either prepared or really do want to vote, and they'll do anything they can to do it, especially in the primaries and the generals. Somebody who's registered to vote but is attempting to vote in a precinct other than the
It's not
one
us.
in which they're registered. Now, we get a lot of that because we get a lot of people that have moved here because of the wonderful weather, excluding today, of course. We also have a Navy base, we have a ship, a port, okay? We also have a very active college system, and a lot of military retirees will relocate here. Plus, we have a lot of people that are relocating here because there's some benefits to being on the water, that you're not gonna get in Central Texas. So, we vote countywide here. So if somebody is in a precinct in Nueces County, they can vote at any one of the polling places that we have posted, okay? So if you live over on Agnes and you want to vote in, on Padre Island, that's fine. We're still in Nueces County. And the same thing here, where you've got a residence address outside the political subdivision. Again, we vote countywide. The question of address is quite a complicated thing. We're going to talk about that a little bit more. But right now, we want to talk about the provisional voters, okay? This is the thing that when I was brand new, and I was just absolutely panicked at the thought that I was going to have to do a provisional ballot. I'm like, please, God, please, don't let anybody in that needs to vote provisionally.
So they introduced
Oh, we hate
curbside,
it.
made this easy.
Oh my God, it's like, I finally had to do it, and it took me like an hour and a half, and the person was so nice. They were just so nice. They really were. All right, so the deal with provisional ballots is that, hold on, I've got something around here somewhere. Oh. Here we go. All right, anybody that got a packet like this? All right, and Carol would not give us these envelopes. You can probably understand why, right? But there's an affidavit, which is what you're looking at right here, that has to be filled out, and this is an envelope. It's a big green envelope, all right? And this is the back side of it, okay? So if you look at this, you will see that on the top it says type of election, and in this particular situation, we're going to call it primary. And the next thing is precinct number or polling location, where they're located. So I would put my polling location, wherever you're working, okay? Like I would put Padre Island, Precinct number where registered is next, okay? And the precinct number is going to be either on their voter registration card, which they probably don't have if they're provisional, if you can find it, okay? You might also be able to call down to the elections department and ask Diana and them, if somebody lives at such Laredo Street, what precinct is that in, okay? Date of election is always going to be election day, not the day they came in to vote early. It's always going to be like March 3rd. And the authority conducting the election is Kara Sands. Okay? The next thing below, last name,
Really?
affidavit of provisional voter, and then the first name, and then the middle name. And if they had a former name, and a lot of times this happens with people that get married or divorced, we get a whole lot of that. Mailing address and residence address. Now don't confuse these, okay? You're not allowed to actually register in the state of Texas with a P.O. box. However, you can have your mail sent to a P.O. box if you have a residence. And so you are proclaiming where your residence actually is, and below that you're proclaiming that either your mailing address is the same or it's different. All right? And it's real important that every single box be filled out and that you, as the leader, be the one that makes sure that before that voter, goes any further, that this information is available and that they're filling it out. Next, of course, the gender is optional. And then they put their driver's license number and their last four and their date of birth. The bottom question, are you a United States citizen? This is completely on the honor system. Now, ultimately, that's probably going to change, but right now, this is the only thing that you want to look at. If you're accepting a provisional ballot, and if they say no, well, we know that that's illegal. I mean, according to law, it is illegal. So if they're admitting it, there's no point in going further. All right? And then the voter signs right there.
Can I ask a question? If they say no, you still turn all this information in, correct?
No, because it will be illegal.
Are you sure?
It will be illegal.
But is it up to us to decide?
If they have admitted that they know that they are not a U.S. citizen, they are committing
A
an
crime?
illegal act. And that is straight from Kara Sands.
Okay.
Are you
So we
asking
don't-
if that gets included in an envelope so that
Yes.
that information goes to the
But that's
county?
what I'm saying, you still complete the whole process as
No,
far as.
No, because they're not allowed to provisionally vote if they're not a U.S. citizen.
Right.
They're not allowed to vote regular if they're not a
Right.
U.S. citizen.
Right, but do you?
No,
I'm
you
sorry.
don't need any more paperwork. You don't need to. You just say, I'm so sorry, you're not qualified even to do a provisional.
Understood, but the information doesn't
Does
need
not
to
go
go
No.
to the county
No.
clerk's office.
No,
Tear it out, throw it away.
no,
might be helpful. Okay.
sorry, I'm not rewriting the law.
So I just wanted
Yeah.
to clarify that.
Yeah.
That you don't have to continue the process.
You don't have to. You just say, I'm just really sorry,
You just tear it up, right?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, and especially if there's, important information on it, like they won't have a social, and they may not even have a driver's license, if that's the case. All right, on the back side, okay, the side that you're gonna be dealing with is on the left. And you will need to select one of the reasons why, basically these are the reasons, okay, why they're doing a provisional vote. And most of the time it's going to be other, and you've got plenty of room to explain. Strangely enough, okay, number 4 is also used quite often. Voters on the list of people who voted early by mail, and voter has not surrendered mail ballot, presented a notice of improper delivery, or presented notice of surrendered ballot. So something fishy going on there, but either which way, you would check whichever one is applicable. And then the judge signs it on the bottom and swears on this date. So now you filled out the green paperwork.
Can I ask a question? I'm so sorry. Number 5, what is this voting after 7 p.m. due to court order? What?
I've never seen one.
I have never seen one.
No.
That's why I'm asking.
No, never seen one.
They've had it in Texas, but not here.
Okay,
Also, they do have a court order.
They can, it
Well,
has
I mean,
happened
they
like
have
in
a piece
Harris
of paper
County,
from a court saying,
but it has not happened here.
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, keep in mind that these forms are all SOS approved forms.
Yeah.
That's where the SOS comes in. They approve forms. The original form mama. Okay.
Kim, I'm sorry, the slide before, the one before. Well, yeah, there we go.
Mhm.
You cannot be verified through voter registrar's office. So when they come and they're not on our list, are we required to call the registrar's office?
I have to call the registrar's office. If I call and they say, we have no record of this person ever being registered
So
to vote in this
that's the
county.
first step, really.
But they can tell you what county that, if it's in the state
Yeah,
of
they
Texas,
can.
they can tell you what county that person is registered in.
Yep.
So you can say, well, sir, you're still registered over here, but you're not registered here. in
That's
Ulysses
right, and you're
County.
gonna get a lot of people that do that. They move and they miss the deadline, or they just weren't paying attention, or they think that maybe their registration just follows them.
Or
Kim, wouldn't
students
that,
that have-
website or that link that you shared last week help? Remember when somebody could
Am
look
I
up their
registered?
own?
Yeah, the one that Pam showed,
Yeah, Pam showed, yeah.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
something, 'cause
It would,
fill
it
out.
does. When you're working the polls, you're gonna have to draw a fine line between how much time you spend. Brian, you're gonna have to, hey guys, you're gonna have to do a fine line between how much help you're gonna give one person versus paying attention to everybody. So, yeah, you can pass along helpful tips. If you just cannot go any further with the voter, well, then you just give them the phone number for them to call, or the website to go to allow them to try to figure out what's going on with their registration.
But this time, we've got 5 people, so it's gonna be a little bit easier this time.
It may be, yeah.
That as a judge or whoever you've got doing it.
You better knock on wood when you say that.
I'm half of it.
Because the second that I said I didn't catch this cold, I got it the next day.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so please, knock on wood, okay? Okay, now, this is where it starts getting a little dicey with provisional. All right, if you can run the voter's ID on the poll pad. Now, what that means is, if the photo ID that they presented, which ironically, why in the world would they be voting provisionally if they have a photo? Oh, well, never mind. Okay, all of this is government, guys, okay? Half of it doesn't make sense. If you can run the voter's ID on the poll pad, you would then select process provisionally. And I apologize, Carol would not give me a poll pad because it has sensitive information in it, obviously, about everybody and everybody's fluid, everybody's address, etc. Not like we couldn't get the address ourselves anyway, right? All right, so you select the reason for the provisional ballot from the menu, which is basically what you've done on paper already, okay? And if you're successful, you get a DRE code to put on the green envelope. Now, this is the green envelope, and the DRE code goes right here, okay? Right on the top right, okay? If you're not able to get the DRE code, you're not able to get it. And that happens if you can't run the voter's ID on the poll pad, which does happen, believe me. So this is how you do it. On the poll pad, once you have gotten the DRE, then you go to the person that's running the controller. So here is me, I'm checking in the voter at the poll pad. And now here is Barbara, she's over here, and she's running the controller. So Barbara clicks create access code, and you'll be able to see that when we get the controller out in a minute. And then she selects which precinct the voter is in. That's very important because if you don't have the correct precinct, you're not going to get the correct ballot.
That's right.
If you expect to be voting for the mayor of Port Aransas and you don't know your precinct and you just willy-nilly get somebody else's precinct, you're not going to have a mayor, to vote for. This access code is going to be a very long code. Normally the access code, you all have seen them whenever you get them they're about this big, right? About 2 inches by 2 inches, right? Little piece of paper with 5 numbers on it, okay? But what you're gonna get if you're processing this on the controller is this long. And the top part is that little bitty access code. And then there's like a dotted line. You take your scissors, which should come in your handy dandy little pencil box, cut it off, and you give them the access code, and you hold on to the bottom half, okay? So you have to put that bottom half in the green envelope with their ballot and then seal it, okay? So the bottom part of the access code where it's indicated, the voter has to print their name. And since we cannot process a provisional ballot here, even in a test mode, That's difficult for me to explain, but if you print this off and you take it with you to the polls, put it in a little notebook like this, you'll have it, and you can, look at it the first time somebody comes in. So basically you're giving, we've already gone over this part, giving the top part to the voter to begin voting, and then, this is the hard part. If the voter's name can't be pulled up on the poll pad, you don't get a DRE. And so you would just issue an extra access code. So when you go up here, just start the process over, create access code, and you would just create an anonymous access code for that precinct, period, okay? You will not get everything else that you need because essentially you're just creating extra access code. This might be a good time to talk about creating extra access codes. Sometimes you will have to do that because maybe the paper ran out and it got cut in half and you can't read it. So your numbers will be a little off between how many access codes you created and how many people voted.
Okay.
You might actually have 5 or 10 extra access codes during a day for one reason or the other. An access code is simply an access code. It's not a ballot. It's nothing to be worried about. It's just a way they can get in and vote. Okay?
You have to have a number to put in the machine in
That's
order
it.
to be able to vote.
That's it. Yeah, if you have to create 10 access codes for somebody, that's fine because the access code is not really linked to a particular person. All right. Going back to finishing the paperwork, we did mention that you take the signed portion of the long ballot, you put it in the white envelope, and you seal it. Then you put the white envelope in the green envelope, and basically, this whole process is much easier if you have the actual physical envelopes in front of you. The white envelope is simply a secrecy envelope, so white goes in green and gets licked. I would suggest you ask them to lick it.
No,
What?
I would suggest you don't lick it there because you don't know what's on that code.
That too. All right, so there is a form that we give the person that is doing the provisional, and I did not get that form, unfortunately. But that form basically states to the person that is doing this that they need to go to the courthouse. He gives them a map how to get there within 5 days after doing the provisional in order to have their vote count. And there is obviously a reason why they had to vote provisional. Could be they lost their driver's license, they have no other record, their house burned down. Some of that stuff does actually happen. And when that does, they know that if they want that vote to count, they have to show up. I did actually have a couple of situations where last time they were cleaning up the voter rolls. Some of you may have been watching the news and may have noticed that there's a lot going on with cleaning up the voter rolls, not only here in Nueces County, but also across the U.S. Cleaning them up, getting deceased voters off, and making certain that there's not duplicates, etc. When the SOS and the voter registrars of each county worked on this last year, they really did a pretty good job, too good a job, because there were some actual voters who got dropped accidentally. Most of them, it had to do with the fact that they were on suspense anyway, they hadn't voted for a while. Or maybe there was a question and they had sent out a letter to the person and the person never responded, okay? And so we actually had a lot of people dropped that still had a VUID. It wasn't real current, and they couldn't just immediately allow them to vote because they were still on suspense somehow. So what Diana and them did for us was just wonderful. They kept a list of these provisional votes. They would just tell us, go ahead and let them vote provisionally since they're there. And we'll put them on the list so that when the provisional votes come in, and we are reviewing them within 5 days to see if they count. If they're on this list, we'll know that you've already pre-verified them and that we don't need to worry about it. And so that helped the voters feel more comfortable about doing it.
Pre-verified that they had a voted?
A lot of things, yeah. Pre-verified that they did, that they moved, they are a real life person, they have a photo, ID, whatever the situation was. You know, if they instruct us that it's okay for them to do a provisional and that they'll make sure it goes through, then it allows you to then tell the voter, you don't need to go up there. I've been told by Diana Munguia that you do not. And if you have any problems whatsoever, then Diana's the girl to talk to.
Is there not a form that says a reasonable impediment?
That's different.
Okay.
We're gonna get to that.
But does that have to do with if they don't have their driver's license?
We're gonna get to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just
we're gonna get to that. Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's right here. So, right here, here's my impediment. Okay, so, I'm hesitant to start curbside voting because she should be here.
Yeah.
She's not here yet? All right, then we'll go.
Just plow into
start.
it.
Plow in, okay. Curbside voting, we touched on this last week. Who didn't come last week? One person, two.
No, I wasn't here either.
Okay, oh, well, there we go, 4 people. Okay, we've got some new laws that affect how we do curbside voting. So keep in mind that this is all law. It may not even make sense to you, but it's law and we have to follow it. Now we make 2 trips for curbside voting. You've got we're gonna use an example. We've got a husband and wife. Husband comes in, says, my wife just had surgery. She's, in a wheelchair. It's just too difficult for her to come in. Can you come out and do curbside? In the past, what we've allowed them to do is to bring the wife's photo ID. Inside, we run it through the poll pad as if we've seen the person. We haven't, but as if we have, right? And then we issue an access code. We get a duo, and we take it out to the curb, right? So we're only seeing them one time. Now, what we have to do is we have to take out a form, and it is a brand new form. It is called the Curbside Voter Statement. I'm going to pass this around. You guys make sure that you take a good look at it. And basically what this form does is it makes them swear, hand on the Bible, that they are incapable and unable to come in without risking their health or somebody else's.
Do we have to make them recite it out loud to us?
No.
Last year we did. They had to recite it out loud.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go that extra mile, then I think it's good to make people understand this is an affidavit. And, on penalty of perjury. If they are found to lie on a form, then, there are consequences, penalties and, all the way up to possibly jail time for some situations. So, what this does is this allows us the opportunity. We take our clipboard out, we put the form there, we go outside. Hi, Mrs. Jones, so good to see you. I just need to verify. May I see your photo ID, please? Get the photo ID, look at it, look at her, just like you would if you were checking them in inside. And then you say, now I need you to sign this affidavit explaining why you're unable to come inside. And so she signs it and you go, thank you so much, I'll just be a few minutes. So then you go in and you process the photo ID normally and you bring out your duo and your duo go. Right? So one thing that is really kind of perplexing is the voter, of course, has to sign the curbside voter statement unless they want to come inside. So there's your first clue. If they were not willing to sign the statement, then they were able to come inside to begin with, so signing the statement would be perjuring themselves. Some people may actually be honest enough that they would do that. They cannot vote provisionally curbside. Keep that in mind. But this is the perplexing part. The individual that's accompanying the voter can also vote curbside. without completing the curbside voter statement. So husband who came in and is capable of coming into the polling place to do a physical vote, a live vote, now can go sit next to wife in the car, and now you're making 4 trips. Okay? Come and go, come and go. You need your exercise, right? All right? So that
Please
is,
explain that it's gonna take you a lot longer to vote unless you come inside and vote while your wife is voting.
and the other thing to keep in mind, and you know this, is that curbside is not priority voting. Just because somebody's at the curb doesn't mean you have to drop everything and run out there immediately.
Yeah, you can wait 2 hours if you're in a long.
It might be. And we don't want to penalize anybody for needing the service, but we do want to be honest with them about the realities of the situation.
How long they're gonna have to
Yeah.
wait.
Now, additional passengers, okay, so you got 2 teenage kids in the back seat, all right? They're 18, so they can vote. Okay, they're not eligible to vote curbside unless they also sign the curbside voter statement. So you got 2 teenage kids that have to sign the statement, mother who signs a statement, a father who drove them all not signing the statement.
So who made this law?
Legislature.
These representatives and senators, they need to
That
work
doesn't make
polls.
any sense.
That doesn't even make sense at all, does it? Oh, okay, now you wait, this gets better.
We're gonna talk to them about it,
This
promise
gets
you.
better, okay? There's the voter statement that we talked about. Okay, now, okay, to the person that's driving, okay, husband, okay? Transporting the wife, okay? We have to ask husband if husband has simultaneously transported 7 or more voters during the early voting period or election day, you know, whichever one. And if they have, they must sign a form that contains the name and address and whether the person is providing more assistance. Not filling out this form is a Class A misdemeanor for the transporter. So husband now has to fill out this form. What is it? Okay, okay, sorry, don't have husband's form here. But I believe I've got a picture of it here. There it is, there it is. Person who provided transportation, okay? Signature of the person's on the left, printed name of the person, address of the person, and whether or not they have been given money to do it. Okay, that's a big old red flag, red flag. If they were given money to do it, well, you think they're gonna admit it? No, so I mean, okay, here we go again, right? All right, so now,
What gives it
the thing with these forms that husband has to sign if he has transported 7 or more during the entire election, you know, cycle, is this form goes up to the SOS, our friends who love forms.
Secretary of State.
Yes. And the Secretary of State keeps them on hand. So if this person was stupid enough to go to 5 different locations and fill out the form for each one, they get on a big old list. Flag. This person is a transporter. Okay? And is going to be watched very closely. Here's another one, a little bit perplexing. If a voter is unable to sign their name or is unable to make a mark on the curbside voter statement, okay, can't make a mark on a piece of paper. Anyone in their car can act as that voter's witness, providing their printed name, signature, and residence address. Okay, how does somebody that can't even make a mark gonna vote? How are they gonna push a button if they can't? But we can't suppress the vote. So, here we go. Then we get into, you know, assistance and the rules for assistance. All right. One thing that I want to point out at the very bottom of this, and this is one of those sheets that I would print off and I would tape on your table. Tape it to the Duo Go, which is the box that you put the Duo in to take outside. Because when you get your first curbside and you've never had a curbside before, you're gonna go, oh no, God, what do I do? It's like a provisional, help, help. Somebody show me what to do. I've completely forgotten everything that I learned, right? It certainly will happen. It really will. It will. Especially if you get rattled, you know, it's easy to do. So, the bottom one right here, we've got new laws stating how many people have to take these out. Notice that now, on election day, 2 election officials must go out. On the busiest day that we're processing people, 2 have to go out. Early voting, only 1 is required. So,
Why, is there an explanation of why 2 at one time and 1 at another time?
this is probably some kind of a compromise. Somebody on some committee who's never worked elections said, well, you know what, I'll give you this. You know, instead of 2 each time, we'll do 1 this time and 2 this time. You know,
What makes
Barbara,
one legal
they
and
don't make
another one
sense.
not legal?
They don't make
Okay.
sense.
So if you only have 3 people working,
You're gonna be a -2.
there's no way.
I know it.
There's no way you can.
Well, that's why we have to remind people that this is not priority voting. Curbside is not priority voting.
I mean, you can't do it.
There will
During
be
the election,
times.
the presidential election, I couldn't have sent 2 people out if my life depended on it.
Me either.
We had 3 people and we voted over 12,000 people.
What I have started doing is I have a notebook, you know, something like this, and I document things that
Yeah.
I know I could be called on the carpet about later on. And I may even write it down, and I may even call the elections department and say, I just want to make you aware that I just had to do this, whatever. As long as you've documented it and you have on your records what time, who it was, what the problem was, and you've called them to make them aware, then later on, it's not gonna come back and bite you.
Because you're never gonna remember all of
No,
that
you won't.
if you call back in later on
No.
to talk about what happened.
No.
That's a good thought.
No, we're gonna finish up here real quickly. Curbside distance marker, we now have a new law that states that when you get your cage and you get all your signs, you've got 1 more sign that you need to put out. The law has been in effect for a long time that you can't electioneer within 100 feet of the entrance to the polling place. But now we have a law that states within 20 feet of curbside voting, you cannot have anybody around. So basically what this does is this prevents people from walking up to the car and saying, hey, Joan, how you doing? You're voting for my friend John, aren't you? You know, I mean, basically you can influence a person that's in the car just like you can influence a person that is inside. So this gives them a little bit of protection and privacy.
That's gonna be a hard thing to do at school.
Tell me about it.
Because there's cement all around.
Tell me
Where
about
are you
it.
gonna put that sign 20 feet from where people are gonna
Just put
pull
one of
in?
your workers
Cones.
out there.
You can use a traffic cone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
Put
with
one of your
the
workers
traffic
out
cone.
there.
They have the, they
There's
have
nothing
the
to
two.
strap it to.
exactly.
With the pole inside, it should be on a pole hopefully, or a stake.
We have,
Slide it down
we
the-
have some of
But
those.
there's no grass there.
But using a street cone, traffic cone,
Well, guys, that's why we have tape, right?
that too.
Right? You know, I mean, you will be creative, trust me. Think of
She's
yourselves.
right, but
as-
the traffic cone is, and that doesn't work very well if there's any wind.
So,
I mean, nothing's gonna
So
work well
make
if
sure
there's
that
any
they
weather.
give you at least 2 or 3 cones.
So, guys, just dream all you want, okay? Okay? All right, you get what you get, you'll figure it out,
Yes.
okay? You'll
That's
figure it
true.
out, that's what it
That's
is.
true.
And if you can't figure it out, call and talk to somebody and let them suggest something.
No, let them figure it
We're all
out.
here as a team, so this is a good place to stop, okay? So, are we ready for lunch?
Yeah, let me just let you know that we got lunch from Chicken Express. It's all chicken tenders. They're all the same. There's no spicy or whatever. It's all the same. There's sides, there's rolls, there's french fries, there's sweet and unsweet tea. Most of you bring your own thingamajigger to up your glass, so anyway. So hopefully it'll work for anyone and everyone's diet. If you don't mind, have your little puppy stay underneath the table while we're getting our food. Is that okay? Or if we need to help you, we would be glad to do that.
So it's like last week, it's set up, main stuff
Okay.
right here. There is a pump if you wanna do your hands or need to go to the restroom. The tea's over here, pour what you want. We do have some more in the fridge, so you don't have to go skosh on that. And then all the condiments are laid out on the table, so.
Excellent.
Thank you, ladies.
All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed this morning's session.
David, would you just bless the food, please?
Sure. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for this food and this fellowship. I pray that you bless them both for your glory. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, everybody, go wash my hands.
Boy Scout, was it?
1625.
MR's my birthday is Mark already. Not going on. So Mark Rivera is tomorrow. MR's tomorrow. Nice to meet you. How are you? That's how it should be. That's called fast life.
I remove all fare.
No, that's after you're starting to die. We don't want that to happen.
It's the same thing, it's not that.
I think your son is extremely organized. I mean, it sounds like they're organizing all those things. I'm like, yeah, you're fired.
I'm too young to have children.
Oh, yeah, that's not your
That's
son.
my nephew.
Oh, your nephew.
My nephew, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Since he was little, he's always tried to help. He's always been helpful.
How long have you done
And
that?
so I watched him do this on the
Thank you
very much.
He's just great. He's not every day you see a young person organizing.
This got a little much for him, so he got a little more material that I can explain to you on the way home to the house.
I get a little overwhelmed myself. I think in bullet points. I can't think in big sentences because it just it's too
Well, it's a high level
overwhelming.
thought process.
Yeah, so I have to have bullet points
Yeah.
and just give me the minimum and then I'll fill in the blanks.
Exactly.
That's kind of where I'm at, but I can appreciate it.
Yeah, he was great.
I don't, he's like that.
Yeah.
We both are, I don't, I guess he gets that through somehow for
Listen,
me.
you better get
Oh, that'll come in very handy.
Please.
That's what I like.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I help you then? Is that all you want? Thank you very much.
So good to see you, Jerry Ann. Haven't seen you in forever. I guess I love Chicken Express.
I do too.
They're the best tenders. Yum.
See, you're over here. Where are you at?
I got an idea. How about a curbside voter that's provisional?
I'm at the end of the table there.
Ooh,
Okay,
Can't do it.
no curbside.
put his stuff over here.
Can't vote provisionally outside.
Did you get you something?
Thank you.
I shouldn't be starting.
I think the first question you gotta ask is, are you a U.S. citizen? And you have to go through all of that.
Started that
Because that's at the end. They fill all of this out.
That's a good point, dude.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Whereas that question is listed
That was the flag football.
on the voter, on the curbside voter.
You're coaching?
That question is posted on a form,
Yeah, on the green.
That's
but
right.
I don't know that we can ask that question verbally. So I don't know. But that's a good point.
Come on, let's go.
Mike would know.
Mike doesn't.
You're talking about.
Did you overhear that? As far as citizenship,
I was thinking the same thing, and you asked, but it's on the form.
it's on the form.
If they put no on the form without you discussing it, but I tell you, trying to keep someone from voting, let the form decide that. My war story, a voter had and you were here last time I told this, and it was just, what is this? Here's the process. You can either return it. It turned out I didn't know you could call the courthouse, but and I don't know if that was the case then. This was like 5 years ago. But she was there to cause trouble. That's what she was doing.
I'm up at 4:30 in the morning.
They're out there.
I think ever since I retired, I'm sleeping late.
Wish we could. I know. But, I enjoy it. But every year I say, am I gonna do this again? And by that time I was rested. Oh, yeah, you're ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
You're wearing jeans, you don't need that.
You're trying to. All getting. Yeah.
Beautiful day outside today.
Still clean.
Sun's out, blue sky. I'm still to warm up.
Well, once you get them set up, it's not so bad. You get it set up.
It's gonna be cold tonight. I'm so glad I didn't put all those things.
I did not plan ahead too well. And then I asked the guy, I said, "You don't happen to have plates, do you?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, right here." I said, "Great, someone need 20." So there's plenty of chicken, y'all. I bought enough for everyone to have at least 3 or 4 pieces, so help yourself.
Thank you.
And I have not been able to understand why people wait till election day. And they do it on purpose.
Yeah.
Wait till election day to vote. What if you get sick? What if you have to go to town? What if you've lost your right to vote?
Well, I just wanted to, was that for a whole party, Mike, or was that for your club?
It was for life,
Oh, okay, gotcha.
and we ended up not
No, I think a whole lot of organizations are going to that now, especially in the primaries.
Well, and then we had some people ask me, intense, and the only one that was consensus was there.
I remember they had the turkeys.
Senate, Congress, Attorney General.
Yeah.
I guess I'm dying.
But they should listen to me.
Anybody need some napkins?
Yeah.
To endorse. That's not endorsed.
Good to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
How are you?
Oh, it's all Pam. Pam did it.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Oh, delicious, isn't it?
But you can stand there and you know how to.
Well, PIP did.
We'll try this again.
People are doing that.
Y'all got plenty of napkins?
Yeah.
So how was the flag? What
It was good, we won.
do you call it? Flag?
Flag football.
Flag football. Okay. How was that? Y'all did good?
Great.
There's a presentation to.
Intramurals in college, we had flag football.
About
We
voting.
didn't have
We did
tackle
get
or
some of them.
had some blocking, but
That's good.
I found out the hard way, you could have
breakfast not so long ago.
a guy that you're
Over
aligned
potato
with,
freak, some mashed potatoes.
and some guy was slamming you in the
French
gut
fries.
when they're charging. I didn't expect
I cannot pass up a potato,
And I'm,
any form of potato.
I didn't play football in high school. Did you?
Yes.
Oh, football.
You need to
Oh,
find
no
a
flag.
judge
I had a, when I was a boy, and they'd have the,
that has. Okay, guys, I'm gonna ask everybody, please hold comments and questions because we've got a lot to cover in 2 hours. We're gonna get to where you wanna go, I promise you, okay? But, if we get derailed, we're not gonna get out of here at 3 o'clock. And I don't know about you guys, but I got a couch with my name on it, you know? Alrighty. Okay, so we're gonna talk real quickly, and I'm not gonna read these to you. We're gonna just fly through them, okay? Alright, interpreters are allowed, but there are rules for the interpreters. Since I'm gonna send this slide to you, you can have them. And what I recommend is when you get the presentation, print it off, put it in a notebook that you have, and then put your own little dividers. You see how I did this? The very first time that I worked, this helped me so much because I just flat couldn't remember. I'm gonna pass this around and let y'all see. I mean, it was just super helpful to me to be able to just quickly get answers. And a lot of times, you think you can get an answer real quickly by calling downtown. Their phones are ringing off the hook, guys. Sometimes they can't even get to the phone fast enough to help you out. So you've got to figure out how to do it, and so you end up winging it, okay? There's a form that an interpreter must sign, and it's called the Oath of Interpreter, and it looks like this, okay? Right there. And this is where you do ask them to read this aloud to you, okay? I swear or affirm to the best of my ability, blah, 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 okay? And again, this is an affidavit, and holding them accountable for making sure that what the voter is actually telling them, you're communicating correctly. Okay, now assisting voters. This gets to be really, really tricky, okay? The election officer who delivers a ballot to a curbside voter cannot provide assistance in marking the ballot, all right? So, unless they sign the election worker assistance sheet for every voter that they assist. This is a new form, and this is what it looks like. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Yeah, got that spicy.
We certainly do. Anyway, I'm going to turn the sound off right there. That will help. And basically, the idea is that we are holding election workers more accountable at the curb for not influencing people that have come to vote, okay? Sometimes people have questions about what you put on the top of these. Type of election is going to be primary. Polling location is the name of where you're working. The date of election is always going to be election day, March 3rd, okay? Authority conducting election is Kara Sands. All right, who is actually eligible for assistance, all right? This has somehow gotten blown out of the water, okay? There's really only 2 ways that people can qualify for assistance. One of them is a physical disability that renders the voter unable to write or see, or an inability to read the language in which the ballot is written. Now, there's a way to switch most of our equipment to Spanish, but there are other languages other than English and Spanish. So assisting the voter includes these 4 things, and this is it: reading, directing, marking, and directing, okay? So keep that in mind whenever you're assisting. The voter can choose somebody to assist them, and if they do that, there's another form. Yay! Another form. Yes, yes, and that's this form. It's called the Oath of Assistance. And you'll notice that on the right-hand side, it does say did you receive any form of compensation or other benefit from a candidate, blah, blah, blah. If you get a no, what do you think you're gonna do? Are we gonna disqualify that person from assisting?
You
No.
said if you get a no?
If you get a no, you're gonna allow them.
Right.
If you get a yes, then you are gonna disqualify them from assisting. I mean, it's basically, they're basically stating that they have been bribed to help this person, okay? Which ultimately can lead to some kind of penalties for the person. Okay, so if the voter's assisted by an assistant, then the poll worker asks the voter if the voter wants the entire ballot read to the voter by the assistant or by the poll worker. If the voter says yes, then the person assisting the voter has to read the entire ballot without editorial comments. All right? Or instructions.
Inflections.
Thank you. No other person except for the person rendering assistance is permitted to be present while voter prepares their ballot. Other than, children that are little and whatever. All right. Poll watchers and inspectors may not observe that assistance that is rendered by voter-chosen assistants. That seems to be contradictory to something we heard earlier, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right. Poll watcher can watch somebody vote, but they can't watch somebody help somebody vote. Okay.
Well,
No.
We're not here to make law, we're just here to follow it.
That's right.
Okay. Poll workers assisting a voter.
Bullets, you can't watch it.
All right, voter may receive assistance from 2 poll workers, 1 from each party if available. That is going to be difficult, guys, I'll warn you right there. You want to make sure that you keep your voice loud enough so that you can be overheard. You don't want anybody suspecting what you might be whispering to the voter, okay? And if you see one voter whispering to another, then that's something that we need to stop as well. All right, poll workers take the oath of assistance in the very beginning, on the very first day, and I don't have that form with me. It's another SOS promulgated form. And basically, when you arrive at the polls, you're setting up, before you put on your name tag, your judge swears you in. Okay?
You must read it aloud to the judge.
That's correct. So when you do this, that even if you've already taken this oath of assistance verbally on the first day that you're working, you still have to take it again on election day, and with each one of the voters that you help in the car, okay? So, when 2 poll workers assist a voter, the entire ballot must be read to the voter. So keep that in mind. Unless the voter says they want to vote only on certain races or measures. Okay, you've got 2 people assisting a voter. Since there are 2 people, the entire ballot has to be read to the voter. Unless the voter says they only want to vote for the governor, or for the senator, or for the representative, or something like that, okay? This is going to take a lot of time, folks. All right, we're going to talk about cell phones. This is a really tricky subject because there was a law that was put into place in 2021 that said no cell phones in the polling place. It was later amended to read no functioning use of cell phones. That's not the exact language, but basically the cell phone could be present, but it couldn't be functioning or being used. Well, anybody that knows anything about cell phones, I used to be in telecom, so I know all about this. They're always functioning, even if they're off. They're pinging the nearest tower, but legislature doesn't pay attention to that. So essentially, what our interpretation is they need to power it off when they enter, okay? And so if you have somebody that's questioning that, there are signs that you're going to be posting. Every duo is going to have a sign that states no cell phone use. Because we do see this happen when people will come in, they'll check in, they've got their phone in their back pocket. You're not patting people down when they come in. okay? You don't know what's in their purse. And then they'll get behind the booth, you know, and they'll pull out their phone and they'll look at their choices and they'll just do it like this, okay? So basically, that's a no-no. All right, now we're gonna practice with equipment. Oh boy, this is the fun part. Okay, so I need a,
Kim, maybe I missed it, but on the assistants, did you cover if say their husband or wife wants to assist them? Isn't there a form for that?
that is the choice of assistants, okay? Yeah, that husband or wife, if they're going to assist them
Okay.
by reading the ballot, okay, then they have to sign this. Yeah,
And then they also need the oath of assistance, right?
that's what this is, the oath of assistance. Yeah.
Kim, have you run into where the spouse is telling
Yes.
the other spouse what to vote?
Yes.
Obviously, they're having trouble. How do you manage that situation?
That is a very, very difficult situation. I was actually at a polling center, and the husband was every bit as elderly as the wife, but the wife was slightly worse off, and the wife needed a lot of help. And the husband was, regardless of me repeatedly explaining that he could not inform her how to vote, he continued to do it. Now, the proper way to handle that is to escort them outside and explain, I'm so sorry, you are breaking the law by doing that, and I can't allow you to do that in my polling place.
But it's curbside.
No.
Can I interject one other thing?
If it's quick.
Yes, a lot of times people have written it down before they walk in. Well, that's my wife, I can give it to her. No, sir, I'm sorry, you cannot. Now, you can go outside
100 feet.
and give it to her, and she can come back in and vote, but you cannot hand it to her in the voting place.
Okay, so the important thing to recognize is that you're gonna be making some very tough judgment calls. And if you need somebody to back you up on making that call, then go ahead and call downtown and ask Diana or Kara if it's appropriate in that situation for you to ask them to leave. And if you got backup from them, then you feel much better about doing it, but you do have to make some very tough decisions. I don't think anything is completely black and white, folks. But the law is the law, and we are sworn to abide by it. So, all right, I'd like to move on to the equipment, please, if we could. Is it important? Okay.
No.
All righty, I need a brand new person, somebody that hasn't worked before. Martin, you've worked. Somebody step up.
So get Justin over here.
Well, we need somebody that's gonna be working, for sure, okay? That's what.
Where did Abigail run on to?
Okay, all right, so, all right, now I need 2 seasoned workers. Barbara, okay, and then you're a seasoned worker? All right, we'll take you 2. All right, so Barbara, okay, I want 1 seasoned and 1 new, okay? All right?
Season,
Okay.
season,
We're actually going back in that room. Yep. Mhm.
I'll wait and see if they come out.
All right.
That's the chairman's office.
Okay, somebody lift this box and take it in there.
Well, she knows I do, so she wanted me to.
Just
sitting there staring at that.
Everybody grab a box, but when it comes to setting it up, we want a new person and an assistant person.
Oh, these were, they're
Okay, I'll take that one good, Judge. This thing is heavy.
Yeah, don't lose the key.
Yep.
You got the scanner there.
All right, still need help in here, guys?
Who do you want?
Just lay them out.
New people or
That's
what?
it.
Well, you gotta have something to sit there on.
at the table.
You can't sit it on the table.
Can you sit at the table?
You gotta lock it down.
Okay, this is where the fun begins, all right?
Okay?
So this is how we set it up. When the voter, can I have everybody attention. When the voter walks in, the voter is going to proceed to the check-in table. This is the check-in table, okay? Yep, this is where the e-poll book would be, or the e-poll pad. So we leave this little space open, and then the controller will be right next to them, okay? So find the one that says C.
Yep, right here, right there.
All right, bring the controller over here.
That's the only one I don't have to lock down.
There you go, and then just lay it down, okay?
Okay.
All right. Now, we are then going to demonstrate, essentially, this is going to be, you're going to push all this aside. All right. We're going to demonstrate that this is a duo, okay, right there. See the D on it? All right. Put that up there. And basically, the duo would go on this, right here.
Are we going to show them? Okay.
Would you show them how to do this?
Yes, ma'am.
Because this is a little bit tricky.
First of all, before you open it, you gotta take these out.
Side shield.
Whoops.
This is where you end up crawling around on
Well,
the ground.
see, normally this is locked down because, okay, and you throw them somewhere.
Put them aside, yeah, because you're not going to use them for a while.
And you do this, and you turn it over.
Look at you.
Okay, now before we go too far, I want to point out something. Since we're actually practicing, you see this little button here?
I don't see it.
See
Other
it?
side.
All right, move to the side a little bit so they can see.
Oh, that button, okay, yeah.
That
I
one?
remember
Okay.
that.
There's a lever here that controls it, okay? Barbara, can you
Okay.
pull the lever?
No. You put it on, and most people think you just put it on and walk off from it. You don't. Put it on, and you have to make sure that you feel it locked in here.
It's got little holes to the feet.
There.
Got it?
It's in.
Okay,
Then you reach under here, and you pull it forward.
all right.
Ooh, that was a good
Excellent.
snap.
Okay.
Okay? So
And you have to be able to pick this up, and it's still connected to the table. If you pick it up, and you do this, you haven't done
You're not
anything. Because
set.
once this opens up, it's gonna be heavy, and it could fall on the floor. You do not have to pay for a machine that you're not gonna get to take home, okay?
You break it, you pay for it.
Well, I've never had that happen, thankfully, and I
No, me either.
don't want it to happen, but anyway, okay. So now, we have demonstrated this right here. Before we go any further, we want to put together the box, okay?
I gotta get out of this now.
But let me mention something real quickly. This right here is a modified version of this one. This is the handicap. It's got shorter legs, and there's a place over here on the right. You see this?
For the video machine.
Right there? Okay. That holds the handicap, where is it? Right here. That holds this. Okay?
The whole
Access control.
game board.
Yeah, and so the Duo, you would actually plug this into the back of the Duo.
Previous
One of
to
these, okay? No, I apologize. You plug them in when you open it.
Yes.
Yeah, and before you power it up, this is really important, guys. Before you power up this,
You turn it,
you would have to actually plug this in first for it to work.
or it won't work.
It's like a sequence.
And that's for the handicap, the ADA?
Uh-huh, for the
Okay. If
ADA.
I may, right on the top of that machine, are you gonna open that?
Yeah, we are.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
We certainly are. Okay, so now we're gonna set up the scanner over here, and we pretend that the voter came in here, got checked in, and then went to the controller, and then went to a Duo, and is now going to go over here, and they're going to scan their ballot, and then they're gonna leave through that door, okay? So we're gonna have somebody standing over there to help them. So we need some help putting together this box. So let's do this. Who wants to lift this box and put it on the table? Let's get some new people involved here.
Just to
No,
put
no,
it
Barbara,
together,
but
or?
we need to make sure that they
do it themselves.
do it themselves. That's the important thing, okay?
It is heavy.
We all go over.
And watch your fingers, it will
Watch your
definitely pinch
fingers.
you.
Yeah.
They really, really
That's
will pinch.
good word of
I
advice.
have
Really
pinched
bad.
my fingers many a
All
time
right,
on
so you
that.
unfold it,
I hated
it's like
that
an
box.
accordion.
I do
Be
too.
very careful with your fingers.
I'm still
You don't get
expecting
like
it.
that.
What's the,
Okay.
what's that subject? It's gonna need to-
Yeah, hold on to that because you'll pinch.
Turn it this way.
Yeah, stand it where, yeah, we're standing it up.
Oh, okay. No, it's upside down. Turn it over. Got it. I'm holding so nobody pinches their finger. Pull it out. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, pull it out.
Took me 20 minutes to get this thing set up.
Now, before we go too far, I want to be able to see the instructions that are on the side.
Over here. On the
All right, so let's turn it around so everybody can see the instructions.
Set up.
This is what we call building the box, okay? Setting up and assembling. And the only way to really do this is to just bungle through it.
Guess what?
Bungle through it, which means you're looking at it going, huh?
How's that work?
Yeah, right. Oh, this works. Oh, that doesn't, whatever.
Trial and error.
Okay. Okay, so now that you see what we have, let's turn it sideways so that everybody can see. Can you turn it sideways? Is it possible? Like
You got a
this?
bottom on it yet?
Not yet. Okay, you see what we have there? We have that little gray sleeve. Can everybody see the little gray sleeve? You can get up and walk over here if you want, okay? Yeah, see this gray sleeve?
Okay.
All right, that catches ballots, and I'll show you what it's for in a little bit, okay? Otherwise, let me get my key, and we will open up the door, and we will show you how to, oh, my key's right here.
I'm not gonna pull it.
I know maybe I'll need a refresher, but I know.
You're in rare form over here. I better stand over here, Greg.
What?
Hey, you call that maggots? You call that weed?
You know, it's we're letting the Democrats do all the work here.
Actually, I want to get the key.
I used it.
Well, there's no key to this one. I mean, there is a key, but not to assemble it.
Yeah.
Well, she's getting a key, so let her.
What? Well, only one side opens, and that's when you take that,
There's a little slot.
you take this thing out every night, because this is actually where your ballots go into this thing right here.
Right.
And you take it out every night, you zip it up. Please put one of those numbered zip ties on it and number it on your, because you have a sheet with every machine that you have in there. And every night you write down the number of the tag that you put on that machine. When you come in the morning, before you unlock anything, you go through and check all your numbers to make sure that they match what you put on there the night before. That's why I take the big envelope home. Instead of putting it in the cage, I lock it up in my car. My car's in the garage is locked. When I come out in the morning, I check my car to make sure that it's still locked. Then I unlock it, get in it, and go back to the site. You take that out. You check the numbers, what you put on that paper against the numbers that you put on the sheet.
Thank you.
So, but that goes in the cage, but you take the numbers home.
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we want to kind of do this one step at a time, but I thank you, because all this information is good information. Okay, you're going to be assigned 2 sets, all right? And each key has got a certain thing that it fits. And so, you know, it's one of those things that until you've done it enough times, you try every key until finally something opens up, right?
Finally.
It's like, and from cycle to cycle, you forget, oh, it's the yellow key, no, it's the black key, no, it's the, whatever, eventually you'll get it, right? So, you can actually unlock these things, all right, like this.
Never unlocked that.
Yeah,
No, I've never unlocked that one.
yeah, well, you know, there's a first time for everything.
That is true. So I've never had to unlock it.
Yeah, right, yeah, you wait. All right, and then right here, yeah, this is
Can I
the same
ask, why
thing.
would you unlock it? Huh? That's why I say I've never unlocked it. I have no reason to.
Well, whatever, you know, it's good to have the key anyway. So this is basically where this goes. Somebody wanna grab that for me? Let's get some new people involved there, Barbara. Let somebody brand new
She's
do
doing
that.
great.
Save your back, let the newbies do it.
What are we doing?
All right, you're going to assemble this suitcase,
Sure.
and you're gonna put it in there.
No, not like that. That's why I said, if you do it because we know how to do it, then they can watch how we've done it.
Okay.
Sit it down.
On the ground.
Okay, and then you'll see that there's some,
Wires in here. Push them back, yeah. I don't want to break a nail.
Okay, here you go.
Oh, sorry.
we'll let Richard break his nail, right?
Yes.
Oh, you broke it. Let's see. Where's it going? Just goes up. Goes up. Okay, here we go.
Okay, turn it around so that they can see.
All right, can everybody see?
See the
that?
wires in there, and they go down in the bottom.
It's just providing structure,
Structure.
okay?
Okay, now what?
And this we put in
Here,
Like that?
that,
Like that?
right there on that side.
on this side.
Okay,
And this goes
now,
back up.
all right, and if I can get in there, I want to show you something. Remember I called some attention to this right here? Yes? This little sleeve? All right,
Only when the
there is a
sides
slot right here.
Yes.
All right, I don't know if you can see it. You can get up and you walk over if you need to,
Okay.
okay? All right, I was working at
Spring-loaded slot.
Shannon Elementary a couple years ago, and for some reason, the scanner that they issued me with no backup wouldn't scan. We tried resetting it, we called, there was no technician that was gonna come out. It was election day, it was raining cats and dogs, it was just miserable. So we had all these ballots and all these people standing around with their ballots wanting to scan them. So I called down and they said, use the emergency slot. And I said, what's the emergency
She said,
slot?
Just like I would have.
Like, what is it? So you can slide it in here
Hold
and then,
that, hold that deal so I can.
yeah, so you can actually see.
No.
Yeah, now can get up and come around and look if you need to. All right, but basically this is for that kind of a situation. Now the hard part is this. When you get your scanner to start functioning again, or you get a replacement, usually they'll send somebody with a replacement, then you have to then open this up, take these out, and scan them individually.
How do you get them out?
Well,
You have a key.
that,
Key on the
you have a
side.
key, yeah.
And
No.
this,
Yeah, this just basically,
You reach around like that?
yeah, I mean, basically, yeah,
There's
it's,
a back door.
well,
yeah, the back
give me-
door.
Give me a
That's,
key.
there you go.
That's what the back door is for.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That's when you use the back door.
Back door.
yeah, there's gotta be a front door and a back door.
I knew the answer. I was just, because I reached in there.
And,
like-
and here's the opening, wait a minute,
Then I found, oh,
let me turn it back around.
Now, I wanna warn you, okay, this is actually what happened to me.
And you can go in here, and this is where you go through to get it.
Good. Hey, can everybody see that? All right.
That locks up
Get over
too.
there.
It's got its own lock.
Okay.
See, look.
Yeah, and you pull them out and you scan.
Okay, now, everybody pay attention. Everybody.
Guys.
Hey, hey, stop, everybody. This is really, really important. If you later have to scan these, remove this first or zip it up completely. Because as you are getting these out, these are not scanned, these are scanned. All right? Very important to realize that you cannot mix up unscanned and scanned. Do I need to go any
So
further?
if you go back and scan them, you gotta make sure you get them out of this one and scan them, and they go in with the scans, okay?
Yes, yeah, and we'll demonstrate that in just a minute. Okay, we're gonna move along.
One thing I would say, if you're going to scan unscanned ballots, make sure there are two of you.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Do not do it by yourself, because you
And-
have nobody to verify that you did what you were supposed to.
And more importantly, call down to the elections department and explain to them what you're doing.
Yes.
Why you have 200 ballots being scanned within 30 minutes.
Scan ballot, scan again?
No, a scanned ballot will not scan again.
No.
But
I think the gentleman's asking is how do you end up with unscanned ballots?
Because your scanner
if the
would
scanner
not scan.
didn't scan it. The thing is that this up here, come over here and look, Richard.
There's a slot.
There's a slot.
Slide in there.
Mhm.
And the machine.
That's where it goes.
And the machine goes on top of this.
Yeah.
And,
And this is where you put it in the
Stand it up.
yeah, I don't want to overly emphasize the emergency slot, okay, guys? But I did want to point out to you, everybody please listen, please. I did want to point out to you that that is a good backup for you, okay? But make sure that you understand that you need to keep them separate. It's very important. And I also would keep a record of how many you did, what time you started, what time you ended. I mean, basically a log book, so to speak, just in case there's ever a question.
Kim,
Yeah.
word in the gallery is that a scanned ballot cannot be rescanned. It won't accept it.
Why would you even try if it's already in the ballot box?
So you're
it's
gonna
been
mix it up,
scanned?
you were talking about not mixing them up.
Well, not mix them up because, but remember that whenever, in this situation that actually occurred to me, they brought me a new scanner. We had a
Cam,
line
take
of,
a time out. We've got to focus on setting up equipment, not procedures and stuff like that. We can deal with that after we get this done. Okay, you want to go ahead and move on.
is that okay, Richard? All right, thank you so much. All right, so, there is actually, you need to do a flap here in order to secure this thing. Oh, we did, we got the flap in there, perfect. Okay, so now let's move this over there to the corners.
Take the key out. Which will also lock the door.
There you go.
You got it? Got it?
Once, twice.
And then move it over there closer to the door, please. All right, now we're gonna, somebody, not you and I, Barbara, but somebody's gonna take the scanner. Where's the scanner? See the S on there? And take it over there.
Do I have it right, or am I, do I have staff?
That's right.
There's the hole. Now, here's the holes where it sits. And then-
And this is where you have to have the key. All right, we're gonna open that up.
Plastic, so it'll bend.
Here we
No,
go.
it's not in right.
It's not gonna be in yet, hold on. It's not. Is it open?
We did get the top.
Oh,
It's hard to get in.
oh, okay, so there's the key. All right. Oh, yeah, these little dinky boxes are so cheaply made.
This thing here, you have to pull it up to get it to, if you just leave it like that.
And then, hold on, we've got this.
We're doing that.
Oh,
30 days? 30 days?
yeah, there we go. All right,
They use
anybody new over there that needs to see this?
So it's rare
No?
that I have
Okay,
anything
all
happen
right,
to where I would have
all
to.
right, then lay it down.
The only time that I have something happen is where they're pulling out
And you'll lock
the
it.
can in the scanner.
You have to open this side.
But otherwise, I've never had issues.
We have to unlock that?
Yeah.
Always use it, or if somebody can't scan it.
What they have on the side?
They use the clamshell one for the scanner. It's a C3200. I don't know the technical name of it,
So
but
much.
it's a clamshell.
If the scanner
It looks like a
doesn't
big
work,
trash
set
can.
it in there, and then you
And
can
the scanner's
scan
on top.
it, you scan
The
it.
ballot box, it's a blue ballot box that has two locks on it. On the bottom,
It's not rocket
lock inside the
science.
box. You scan it, it just goes straight through and drops into that blue box. So at the end of the day,
Too many
when it locks up, lock it up, run the
Grab the
clamps, lock the
scanner.
scanner, and then drop the roll.
Let's put it up here.
Doing Travis. Yeah, so
No,
this is
No,
different.
hold on,
We got the
Tom,
pouch.
just a minute.
I saw that and that's, I was
Okay, and you're gonna get that?
fascinated
in
by the
there.
difference. And so I was trying to pay attention to see how this one works.
But also,
No, not at all. I watched
Wall, right?
my
You can't see the hole anymore. You're going,
and I saw that portion of it this, a second ago, but the little emergency drop here because it didn't scan, that's.
now watch John, everybody.
What? Is it ticking?
Then you push it backward. Okay? Okay. Now.
Exactly, I was thinking the same thing, it's right over here if you need it. I came with 3 today.
Everybody see this?
Oh, okay, move it out of the way.
Okay? All right, you see where we positioned it? It's on the left-hand side. All right, because this is the emergency box and this is the regular. All right, you ready? All right, can somebody lock it? Oh, there we go.
Oh, my goodness.
Get that new human set on here.
Okay, so you want to make sure that everything is locked up tight.
Okay, cute.
And now we're ready to go ahead and open up the machine, okay? So you use the black key. Uh-huh.
Help me.
And then get that one too. Remove this. All right. Just put it on your hand. All right. Don't leave with these, guys. All right. Now watch this. Now this is very important. If you're brand new, you need to be over here. All right. You see this? All right.
Yeah.
This goes like that and there. Okay? So when you're locking it later, keep that in mind. Okay? The bottom one has to go first. All right? So when you lift it like this and watch your fingers, you will get pinched. Like so. Take the purple key.
Purple key.
And you'll open this up.
How's the cord?
Okay? Turn it. Okay? You can remove the key. All right. Take that out.
Oh, so you picked it up there?
We're going to plug it in. Someone's going to have his own ground or whatever.
Plug this one in.
Let's see. Let's use the extension cord.
Here's one.
All right, there's an extension cord over there.
There's an
Plug it over there.
Oh, outlet over there? Will it fit? Okay.
Well, you can just move it over.
Yeah.
Sure, we can move it over. Okay. All right. And I always recommend everybody that you do this with the lid down, that way you can see the hole. Okay?
That's one of those things.
There's a screw right
Just look for the light behind home.
Hey, I didn't hear anybody talk about,
Any other power button on your laptop.
I'm here for a short time.
Right in?
I hope so.
While
All
I'm
right.
here, I wanted to do
All right, Anita, do you want to just open it up?
I'm sorry.
The flat piece goes on your thumb. You know you got it.
Now I am.
Okay, everybody, one conversation. One conversation. Okay? Now, remove this by moving the lever right there. Take it out. And this is very important. There's a technique to this. This is what we call seating it. You've got to seat it, S-E-A-T, seat it. You put it straight in, up and down. You hold it a second, you pull it towards you gently, and then you shove it back. If you don't do that, it will not connect. Okay? Strange, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's the way it is. Now, you need to relock this, because with that open, you will not be able to power it up.
Purple key.
Mhm. So now you put that back in here.
Is it upside down?
There you go. There you go. All right.
That also locks the duo.
Yeah. So, okay, but one thing I want to point out about this is that the instructions that we were first given was to remove the scanner every night and put the scanner in the cage. Well, we quickly learned that that really wasn't a very smart idea, because you got this little slot where anybody could get one of those little picture things and they could reach down in there and pull ballots out, you know?
What?
If your place is unsecure. So we decided that the best way to keep it secure would be to just lock it and zip tie it and leave it on here protecting the balance. Okay? All right. So now we're going to power it up. There's a power button back there.
No, I put my, the only time that would be correct is if you had unscanned ballots. And you would know if you had unscanned ballots. Otherwise, I take that off and put it in the sheet. That definitely has to go in the cage also. Correct?
The pouch?
That's not what I do, and I've been approved by Tara to say what I do. So there may be ways that, yeah, there may be ways that people have done things in the past, but my understanding is this is the way we do it now. So,
But you do take the
okay, let's turn it on.
Red button?
Red button or blue button?
Let's see if that turned it on.
Okay, did you hear it?
Election, I was lucky nobody showed up for about an hour.
All right, while this is powering up, we're gonna move over into the controller, okay?
Really?
All right. This obviously cannot be bolted. Can we have one conversation? This obviously cannot be bolted to the table, so this is going to have to go back in the cage every night. So you want to do the honors? Open it up.
You want to plug it up?
Black.
Can we plug it up first?
Well, we can't plug it in yet because we gotta get the cord out of there. All right?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to have that.
Fingers. I would hold it from the bottom.
You might have to have that one.
Hold straight.
It's plugged right up.
And then we do the same thing that we did to the other. Unlock it. Nope, you can't do that yet. You gotta unlock it.
Great job.
Purple.
Did I make it?
Black, purple.
I think we can click out of this. That's right, we gotta take that one.
You don't need more training on these? Are you sure?
Because I hear stuff that I learned.
Yeah, I would go with the cords and stuff first.
Okay.
I knew about that.
Take 2 hands to handle water.
It does. Okay, is everybody new? Getting to see? Here, hold on to that. All right, demonstrate for us now, Nada, how we see it.
So should I?
Straight up and down. Wait, straight up and down. Push it down.
Should have got you.
And then pull it toward you gently. All the way as much as you can. Gently. And then gently put it back. There you go. Gently but firmly. Gentle but firm, you know? Like a nun with a ruler.
That hurt, just hearing about it.
Lock it back with the key. Lock it back with the key.
Yeah, and you've got to lock it back with the key before you can power it up. Purple.
Purple key.
The flat one goes in the top. She told me that flat goes in the top.
Yep. All right.
That thing's hard to get in there.
And basically, you're wondering, these look the same. Why in the world is...
It's hard to see with the top.
They are the same.
Why in the world is one the scanner and one the controller, right? You know, it's just the software that's on them.
And the little sticker on the front.
Yeah, and the little S and the C and the right, the D. Yeah. Somebody want to be doing that with the Duo over here while we're doing this? Okay,
Plug over there.
Go, Leanne.
come on,
You can
somebody
do
over
it.
here.
You got a key.
Open her up.
Get that black guy.
Key.
Okay.
Do we need to find the plug? Is there one that?
Leanne's got the clerk key.
I'll get on the ground.
That's why you gotta
The
get on
clerk
the
key.
floor.
The black one. Open.
Black.
Black key.
Well played, yes.
And then use your finger to hold it up on the desk. Okay, this is the best way to do it, okay? Watch. Like that. Oops, somebody didn't bolt that in.
Let's pretend we'll unlock it.
No, that's all right.
You know what it is out of there?
Yeah, we have to have it out of there. Yeah. So basically, you've got everything. Okay, one conversation. One conversation, everybody. Hold on. One thing I want to point out real quickly is that when you open up the duos, as opposed to the controllers and all that, you're going to have what looks like, where'd that cord go?
Daisy
He's
chain.
got it right here.
Okay? We call this the daisy chain. Okay? This is what connects to the back of the controller. So the first duo connects to the controller. And then the duo connects to duo number 2, which connects to number 3, which connects to number 4, which connects to number 5. Okay?
It's easier to find them and be able to plug them in if it's up, you can't see what.
That's true. Yeah, it is. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to demonstrate this. We're going to plug that in to one of those slots.
Notice this thing will move too, so sometimes it's easy to see it. I'll let you do this then.
Oh, no, this is the D. Yeah, this is what they vote on, and this is the controller that we operate to achieve that system. Yeah. Y'all be really careful with all these cords, okay? We're not gonna do it, but hey guys, one conversation, please. One conversation, please. Okay. We're not going to demonstrate this right now because it does take time, but Pam was saying earlier, don't overdo the tape. Basically, you need to understand that every cord has got to be secured so that nobody can trip over it. And that includes you, okay? Because that has actually happened and that's not pretty. So that you can do a lot of crazy things, which we found helpful. That is, you can loop it and use the zip ties to, link them like this, or you can run tape, like 4 miles of tape, but either which way, this, is only for training today. This is not the way it would be, okay? Because there's going to be tons of cords. All right, so let's power this one up. We'll turn around and hit the red button. Okay. All right. Okay, so while this is powering up, let's go ahead and get this one open and completely finish it. And again, if this was the handicap, you would be plugging this in. I'll show you where we go. Remember, use it from the bottom, not the top. Bottom. Pull it up from the bottom. There you go. There you go, then we need to, we've already,
The cords are already out.
okay, well, we need to plug it in.
Let's make sure it's on.
Now,
Yes, it is.
we need to remove this first. You can't remove it until that's unlocked. You have to unlock this first.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, now remember, firmly
Right.
pull it back. Oh, that's too much. Yeah, firmly, gently.
Gently. Got the gentle.
Yeah, but make sure it goes as far as it can before you push it back. Mhm. Okay, then you're gonna have to lock this before we can power it up.
Okay.
All right, go on the back, turn it on.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's not plugged in, it's probably not gonna work. Okay, where's the, oh, this is it. Okay.
Me too.
Election work is not easy, guys. It's not easy on the knees or the back or the hips. Sorry about that. Okay, while we're waiting for these to come up, let's go back over here to the scanner. All right? Okay, all newbies over here, please. Okay? We're going to enter this very secure code. Okay? It is so secure, you're just gonna be flummoxed, okay? All ones. Now we're opening the polls. I'm still,
That secure code.
I still can't believe it.
And that days, that we didn't change.
It hasn't changed in years.
And years,
Every
I don't know how
single
many
scanner.
years.
Can y'all see?
Can you think maybe there might be a law that needs to be changed? Okay? All right, you see this? You see this little booger? Okay. I'm gonna leave this on, but normally if we were working the polls, I would rip this off and I would ask you all to verify that we are at 0, okay? All right? Then I would put it in my daily bag, okay? So now, this scanner is actually ready for use. You see this green? All right. Only thing that this thing is gonna do is it's gonna eat ballots. Gobble, 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 gobble. That's it, okay? So at the end of the day, basically all you do is you hit, you notice right here, everybody? Kara has this in test mode, okay? End of the day, to close this down and to print your final ticket, okay? We call it a 0 tape. I don't know why we call it a 0 tape, but we do. You hit their blue button back here, okay? Everybody listening? I hit the blue button and I get the menu. The menu will allow me to exit or suspend the polls, okay? We suspend the polls during early voting because we're not done voting. We're just closing down for the night. On the last day of early voting, we close the polls. Then on election day, we get new equipment, we open the polls, and then we close the polls, okay? So that's kind of sometimes confusing to people. All right, these should be coming up by now, so let's go over here. Oh, by the way, if it won't eat the ballot properly,
The ballot goes down here, right?
yeah, yeah. Sometimes if you just do this,
Get the dust off of it.
you know, sometimes it's something as simple as that.
After it's done so many, it kind of shreds.
Sometimes, yeah.
Every
So-
time it's called dust.
Okay, so back over here, everybody new. Okay, open polls code. Somebody want to do the honors? 6 of them.
6 of them?
We just keep doing it till you.
Except. It's nuts, huh?
I think I can get that.
Well, I change it then, once you got it, you know. Okay, now I'm going to point out that on this ticket right here, that you're going to get, we call it the 0 tape. Even if it's not 0, we still call it the 0 tape. It's just a name that's stuck. I'm going to leave this on here, but normally I would remove this. Everybody would verify that we're at 0 and we're starting. There's a difference between the lifetime counter and the number of ballots that have been issued today, okay? You get that, right? This has a lifetime counter of 10, and they use this in the test mode to issue 8 ballots, okay? So don't get confused by lifetime, it means nothing to you. If you're not recording it, it's not important, okay? So you'll notice that there's a little picture here of something starting, and that's going to be this right here, because this is mama and this is baby.
Which ready to go?
Mama says, baby, are you ready? Come on, let's get the bottle, okay? Mama and baby, and then sister, and then brother, and then sister, and then brother. These are other duos that are going to be linked through the daisy chain. Each one of them is going to have a box. It looks like this, okay? And I've got a slide that'll show that in a minute. So this is number 1. So this one is actually ready to be voted on. So who wants to do the honors? Okay?
Correct.
All right. First thing we have to do is we have to check you in. you have come to vote. Thank you so much, Leanne, we appreciate it. Let me see your photo ID. All right, thank you so much. Run you through, all right. Then we're going to create an access code. And
You
you're
gotta tear it
in
off.
precinct number 3. Or whatever, doesn't matter. We're in test mode, all right, right there. So, yes, this is correct. Does everybody see that? All right. You notice you also have a choice, mark as provisional. You also have a choice to cancel, okay? So, yes, this is correct. And issue the access code. So, Leanne, please select a ballot. Pretend there are ballots here, okay? She won't give it to you. Here, any one of them. Any one of them is fine. You do? Yes. Yes. And if you're real inquisitive, you may say, somebody's already signed this ballot. And that's when the poll worker has to explain, yes, that's our county clerk. And then somebody will go, are you sure it's still good? Oh, yeah, I'm quite sure. There you go, thank you so much. And you're going to feed your ballot into the machine like this, Leanne. All right? All right, so you get started, touch here. Mhm. And since we have no ballots, the only thing we can really demonstrate right now is you entering the access code. And then accept. Now, you can't go any further without inserting the paper.
Okay.
Okay?
But that's what I would do.
Uh-huh.
Does the paper have to be a certain way?
Arrow in. So you see the arrow up and in. Okay? Yep, and it does show you that. You're going to notice that the ballots that we were issued this year are a little bit longer than the other ones. The other ones were really 8.5 by 11. These are longer. Here's about 8.5 by maybe 13. So I believe that's because we have 48 pages to vote on.
Yes.
Okay? So, I'd like everybody to sit back down and we're going to go through some screens of some things that can occur when you do all this.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
What?
David wanted to know about the gun.
The
In
what?
the real world, it'll probably be in your presentation with the scanner, to scan the barcodes.
That is a really good point. Okay, everybody, have a seat. One conversation. David brought up something that may or may not be in my presentation, but part of the demonstration is that when the person that is controlling the controller then it is doing this, they got the poll receipt from the poll pad, which we don't have, because it's so secure, much more secure than the ones. And so we've got that receipt, and I can actually use, there's a little slot right here. It's a scanner, and it just looks exactly like a scanner, and she didn't give us one. You go zap, and then it automatically will, take you to the create access code. So that's kind of
If I may help out. So that scanner, if you've ever shopped like at Home Depot or Lowe's, and you get to the self-checkout, you get the gun, okay, it's gonna look like that.
Just like that.
Okay,
Just
and
like
then that poll pad is connected to a star printer, which will print out the receipt, the ticket for the controller.
Exactly.
It'll have a barcode on it, and you're gonna use that ticket, once it's signed, okay, you're gonna use that ticket and scan that barcode on that ticket with the scanner, with the gun that's connected to the controller.
Okay? So it's a process. Once you do it once or twice, just like riding a bike, sort of. Unless you're 70 and haven't ridden a bike in 50 years.
Pam,
Yeah.
something, and of course this is just me and the way I look at things being an accountant. When you get that controller receipt or the access code, check to make sure that when it prints out it has the correct precinct number on it, okay? Because when you get the signed document that's coming from the poll book, it'll have the precinct number on it, and you are entering that in the controller. Now, why is that important? Because we need to make sure that that person is voting according to their precinct, because some precincts may only be voting for X, Y, and Z, where other precincts are voting for Z and X, okay? So it's a different ballot style sometimes, so you need to, that's why that's important.
That
okay?
should come through with the voter registration, with the poll
Exactly.
pad.
Exactly.
It's never a bad idea to double check everything. That is true. Yes, Barbara?
The other thing is, when you get it from the poll pad and you scan it, make sure that the receipt and what comes up on the controller is the same number. That way you know whatever you're giving them coincides, correct?
It's always good to double check everything.
Yeah, you double
Thank
check it from the machine to the paper.
Yeah,
Before you hand them,
Always-
before you print out the ticket that you give them to go into the machine to vote.
good. We're all on the same page then. We're all gonna be very careful. I wanna point out a couple of weird things that have happened and something to look for. Sometimes the screens on the Duos, which according to Kara Sands, I did not say this, she said it, they are a load of, they really, what happened is Hart rushed to produce something to meet state standards, and they've never really improved on the equipment itself. They've improved on the software, but they have not improved upon the equipment. And these things do go out. They have a lifetime, they do. You know, it's like tires, they're gonna get worn out. So if the color screen goes out, then put that Duo aside. You should be issued enough Duos so that you don't need it. I think we already discussed this, but flipping open this, right here, if the blank ballot won't feed into it, that usually helps. Kara said the other day, don't tell voters that. Okay, I won't. I'll just do it for
If
them.
it gets caught in your voting machine, you can pick it up, and there's a piece to pick up and pull it out also.
That is true, and that, boy, that's a real fun thing, yeah. Okay, so I want to talk about the e-poll pad because, and this is going to require watching a video. So let me get into the right screen here and cue up the video. Because we were unable to get a poll pad, Pam helped me out and she found us a demonstration of several different things.
Cool.
Now, I'm not gonna go through every last one of these, because some of this is just, you know, real basic. But you can actually see on the screen here, the poll pad box, opening it up, and inside is something that looks like an iPad, okay? There's also a little printer in there, little printer, about that big, okay? And then when you remove the kiosk from the case, you are actually pulling it out like you are. Pull the whole thing out, get it all on the table, cords and everything, okay? This is not exactly what our poll pads look like, but you got the idea, right? Ours are a little bit slimmer. All right, you see that little thing that they just showed? That is for you to put the driver's license on, or the photo ID. And you just put the box up and get it out of the way. Now you're having to plug it in. And sometimes getting that little blue box open is a little bit of a pain. You just kind of hold your mouth just right. Stand on one foot, cross your eyes.
This is where it's different.
Yeah,
This one, they feed the printer, but ours already has the,
not always.
oh, yeah.
I got one last time,
Oh,
that
did
it wasn't fed in.
Oh.
So I had to remove the printer from the blue box, plug it in, and I mean literally, you know, like,
Oh, my
how do I
goodness.
do this, you know? It was comical, I'm sure. All right, now we're connecting, okay? Look how they put the driver's license holder on there, okay? It only goes one way, folks. If you don't get it on the right way, then you won't be able to scan.
It's little notches.
All right, this is just like an iPad, okay? And it really is an iPad. You notice that the first screen says Get Started? So that's what you do. You click on Get Started. and then you'll be able to start scanning voters. That is not exactly the same screen that we would use.
On this
So,
one, you had to, they had an ID for you to get in.
exactly.
But ours, you don't.
But look at this one. This is pretty accurate. What they're showing here is the two forms of, or two ways you can have identification. What actually will scan is the barcode on the back of your driver's license or your Texas ID card. Only if it's a newer ID card. Anything else like handgun license or any other kind of a photo ID, passport, none of that will scan. So you'll actually have to do a manual lookup, okay? Ultimately, you end up with the name of the person. Here, we have Abraham Lincoln. He returned from the dead to vote. Aren't we happy? Hey, John, get it. Yeah. All right, so the person signs on the bottom there. Abraham signs. Even though I'm dead, I'm signing. I say that facetiously, guys. It's not a political comment, okay?
You got some people that sound like that.
You're right about that. I've seen everything. I'm like, and you think that's secure?
Are you a doctor?
Exactly. Okay, so this is, I think they're running you through a loop of finishing by handing the paper to the voter in order for the voter to sign their name. Now this is where I want to stop and make something real clear. That e-poll receipt is very, very, very important to us. We have to have an e-poll receipt with every ballot. They don't stay together, but they are trackable based on when the voter came in and the time stamp on the poll pad receipt and the time that they electronically scanned their ballot. So Kara can do an audit and determine that somebody came in and it took 15 minutes for them to get from walking in the door to getting out the door. Okay, that's reasonable, right? Okay? You have to have that receipt. So the receipt itself needs to be given back to you. So the way I like to do it is this. All right, quick role play. Pam, you know what I'm doing?
Yeah, I know what you're doing.
She knows where I'm going here. All right, you are the voter, and I am issuing you a e-poll receipt. Would you please sign that for me, please, ma'am? Right there. And I'm holding on to the receipt. Okay? I pull it back. It's mine. Okay? Then I give her back her driver's license or photo ID. So it's a push-pull, push-pull. A lot of times people want to take that driver's license back. If you just get in the habit, don't give it back before you're done because you might need that driver's license, okay? There are situations where you may need to verify something. Don't assume just because you ran it that you're not going to need it after that. So that e-poll receipt, make sure that you're always in possession of it. People will mistake that for an access code and they'll walk off to the machine going around the controller unless we're watching, and that does happen.
Can I interject something right quick? Number your receipt. And that way, you know at the end of the day, when you look at that last one, that it's gonna coincide with your scanner, with your controller. And if it's out of order, then you need to start looking for what happened.
Very good point, yes. And basically the way that Pam, I've seen Pam do it, I've seen, anybody that I've worked with do it, is it just as soon as they've scanned and hit create access code, they turn the piece of paper over, they put a 1 or a 2 or a 3 or 4 or 5, and then maybe have a paper clip just to keep them together so they don't get out of order. And you may have a run of people that come real quickly. But if you need to get them back in order, you look at the timestamp on the poll pad receipt. Now, keep in mind that these poll pad receipts have got very sensitive information on it, okay? They have their VUID, they have their address, they have their date of birth, they have their full name, probably all of which you could access on the web, but bottom line is, this is not something that you want laying face up for everybody else to see who's come and voted. Turn it upside down.
And put it in big numbers, because if Kara has to go back through, and they're tired just like we are, even more so.
Amen.
Make it a big number, so if they've got to go back and check They don't have to be squinting to try to see what little number you put.
Amen to that. Okay, yes, ma'am.
On keeping up with numbering, just take a deep breath and don't allow the inertia of the system to keep you from taking care of proper paperwork. Take that signed document, process it, get the code, hand it to them, have them get their ballot, tell them where to go, and then flip it over immediately and number it. It doesn't take but a nanosecond, and it will save you a world of hurt later on.
There is nothing wrong with a voter having to wait 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 extra minutes.
No.
Second.
Because it's gonna cost you 30 minutes later when it's all over with trying to figure out
Exactly,
what happened.
and for you to overemphasize how quickly you're processing voters that is a very dangerous place to be. Okay? Slow down, do it right.
Don't make that your priority.
We used to wait outside for 3 hours to be able to vote. I think that if they want us to do this properly, that if it takes an extra 5 minutes to do it properly, that we are gonna be, hailed, not criticized. Was there a question?
I was going to say, usually paper clipped on at 10, so it's easier to keep track.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely, I agree. All right, let's talk about ID required, okay? On this, you're going to see, let me go ahead and get this bigger again. There is a sheet that you're going to be issued, and I don't have one. I thought I had everything, but I don't. And it looks like what's on the left here, okay? Take this to your table, along with all the other things that you want, helpful numbers and everything, okay? The top portion of it here are the photo IDs that are required to vote in the state of Texas. We prefer that they give us something that scans because it's faster, but we're not allowed to reject any of the other ones, okay? So be very careful how you handle that. If they want to give you a handgun permit, if that's fine, you just explain, it'll take me just a minute longer because I'm going to look this up manually. So basically what you're doing when you are doing this is you are verifying that the person looks like the person in the picture. I want to reiterate, this is just a photo ID. You're just visually seeing that this person looks like that person. That's all it is, okay? So what they have in our e-poll book about where you live and all that other stuff needs to match as much as possible. But sometimes they don't, okay? Sometimes their photo ID may be from Nebraska. They just moved here. They haven't gotten a new one yet. And so they're walking around with a photo ID. If that photo matches them and they're registered in our county, you have to accept it, okay? If they do not have an acceptable photo ID, the things on the bottom are acceptable only if they're willing to fill out a reasonable impediment. Now this is a form that, again, would basically verify that you have tried everything you can to let this person cast their ballot, even if they were unprepared, to provide, enough information for you to feel secure about them doing it. And this reasonable impediment declaration, I'm going to go ahead and pass this around, everybody. I did? Okay, everybody get it? Okay, front and back. It's two-sided. Basically, the reasonable impediment is filled out when they, I've got it right here. Okay, if they do not possess everything on the top, but they do have something on the bottom, okay? And that includes, of course, you can read just like I can, bank statement, government check, paycheck, etc. Okay? So they do have to fill this out, and this is again an affidavit. And hopefully this will make people that maybe don't have the right to vote think twice about doing this. That's what all these affidavits are, is to try to secure our elections. I want to point out something that just came to our attention last year, and that is called a limited term driver license. Do you want to talk about this just real briefly? That's a packet that I put together, but I don't have but that one copy. Don't really need it all. The main thing is to recognize what this is and how we deal with it.
Primarily, these limited term licenses, they can be given to citizens, but primarily, I'm gonna say probably 80% or better, they're given to people who are not citizens, but they have a lawful presence. So if you come to the United States the right way, and you are here for asylum, you're here for, I think there's 5 or 6 different reasons, then you are placed into what's called a SAVE database, and it's called Systematic Alien Verification for Eligibility. The DMV in Texas, and I would presume many other states, use this database. When you come in and you're ready to get a license and you're under lawful presence, they will use this database to give you a driver's license, and you're also used, it's also the same database that's used to give you a social security number so that you can work, obviously. This limited term driver's license is not acceptable as a photo ID. And so when you see this, it's obviously going to show limited term driver's license. Now the term limited term is exactly what it means, limited term. Where you and I, as an American citizen here in Texas, most of us have a 7-year, is it 7 years? Ours, I think it's 7 years.
7, 10, 5, something.
Well, it might be different depending on your age, perhaps. I think the older you get, the
shorter
the window shortens, right? But anyway, the limited term is connected to their paperwork as a lawful citizen. So if they only have a certain number of years, like say 3 years, to be here under a work visa or a student visa or something like that, their driver's license is tagged, that expiration date is tagged to that, okay? So that's why this is called limited term, because they're only here for a limited amount of time, and it's not an official Texas or American ID. It is an ID indicating that they are not an American citizen, but they are here lawfully, okay? Now, I do know that there's some reasons why some citizens may have it, but again, it is not an acceptable form of ID here in Texas, okay?
Unless they present citizenship papers when they walk in the door, yes.
Just real quick, you said if somebody's got a license, a driver's license from another state, okay, but they have a residence here?
If they're registered in Nueces County,
Okay,
then you don't question that.
Okay, you
Okay.
just look at their driver's license. They got a
You're
resident-
looking at it for the photo.
Right. They're registered to vote here.
Anybody at the DMV that registers a person to vote with a limited driver's license should lose their job.
He's talking about a totally different thing.
Oh,
I'm
sorry
talking
about
snowbird.
That's all right.
A snowbird that wants to
Dual
vote.
residency,
Right.
they have.
Yeah.
They can vote here in the primary and vote there in the general.
We have
But
no
they have to-
right, according to the law, according to what's in the Texas Election Code, we have no right to question what a person calls their home. They can only vote in one place.
At a time.
That is a law,
I mean, per election.
right? But they can only vote in one location, okay? If they choose to live in Austin, but they have a house here and they register to vote here, we don't have any right to question that. If they, live here and they choose to vote in Austin and they have a home there, they don't have a right to question it either. Whatever a person calls their domicile. It has nothing to do, sometimes people think, oh, this whole thing where you have to be here 6 months in a day, that's bull. That is not true.
What we're talking about is why voter roll maintenance is so important. All of this cleanup, residency, etc., is done prior to the election so that these voter rolls are accurate. And you don't have to be asking these questions because it's not within your purview anyway.
Yeah.
That's up to the registrar's office, because if they're, because I can have a home over here and a home over here, but I can't vote in both
No,
places at the
only
same
vote in one
time.
location.
Not at the same election.
Not, you can't
Let's
vote
not
in the
even go
same
there right
election
now,
as
okay?
well.
All right,
I have a quick question.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they come in with a limited driver's license. They can't go down here and have a current utility bill, they just can't vote.
Yeah, limited license, no vote.
Well, you know what, that's a very good question, Jerry Ann. Okay, that is really a very good question. What is going to happen ultimately is they will probably, if they're so inclined to do so, demand to vote provisionally, and it will be rejected.
May I ask, what was the question from Jerry Lynn?
My question was, if they came in here with a limited driver's license, would I still have to go down here to the?
Well, they would have to present something else in addition.
Would that be
So you're
okay?
saying that with the utility bill, is that what you said?
Right.
Okay, if they show up in the poll pad and they're registered to vote, that's where you springboard from, is the poll pad, right?
Yeah.
So if they show that limited term,
Attorney General's office
hang on,
says that
if
you
they
have
show
to-
that limited term driver license along with a utility bill, they show up in your poll pad as registered, why can't you proceed with the
Guys,
regular
what I'm
vote?
gonna do is stop the conversation there because we're gonna get in the weeds and we got a lot to cover. These are good questions. If you
Absolutely.
have this happen to you at the polling place, call Kara's office, okay? Just take
The
your,
Attorney General's
Yeah.
office said in 2024, if they come in with a limited term driver's license, you cannot accept it. If they insist on voting, you give them a provisional.
Okay.
And that's what the Attorney General's office said in 2024.
and provisional is not the same thing as reasonable impediment. Okay. Okay, couple things real quick here. On the photo ID, if you're over 70, it can be expired, okay? Otherwise, if you're 18 to 69, it can't be any more than 4 years expired. I don't know why we would accept an expired license, but I didn't make the law, okay? All right, if the name is not an exact match, there's a button on the e-poll book that allows you to hit similar name affidavit, and they will have to sign twice. They'll sign saying basically Jane E. Smith is the same as Jane Elaine Smith, okay? Because her license may say one thing and her voter registration may be slightly different, okay? When the photo ID address doesn't match, ask the voter which address is correct. And if the photo ID address is correct, voter fills out the statement of residence form. And that is, did I give everybody one of those? Statement of residence.
Here it is.
No, that's not a statement of residence. Yeah. Okay, this is a statement of residence. I'll give one for each. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. All right. And basically, this form does several things. All right, one conversation, everybody. This form basically helps us correct our voter rolls, make sure that it's maintained correctly, that in the future, this person is going to get the right ballot when they come and vote, okay? If they recently moved 4 blocks away and they happen to be in a different precinct, believe it or not, they can actually be voting for somebody different. All right, if we have the correct address, I'm talking we, the voter registrar, then it's not up to us to make the person go back to the DMV to get their driver's license changed. We don't care what the driver's license says if we have the right one. That's the important thing. Okay, now the reasonable impediment. We kind of talked about this a little bit, so I don't think I'm going to go over that again. The VUID, I believe that I talked about this earlier. It's very important. So if somebody actually comes in with their little voter registration card, boy, it's really nice. All right, these little things here, the statement of residence, this is handy when a voter comes in and they find out after you have scanned their photo ID that they're on suspense. A lot of times, somebody, especially real sensitive, people, that really want to vote, really careful about everything, they'll go, oh, why am I suspended? Oh, what did I do? They almost look at it as some kind of a, punishment or something. But, just assure them that as long as they fill this out, they can still vote. All right? Apparently, when you're on suspense, it's because of several different reasons. I won't go into every last one of them. John really knows about that because John has been meeting regularly with our voter registrar. But if you haven't voted in a while, and if you maybe have moved and maybe there's some records that are following you, and we're not sure what your address is. Maybe the voter registrar sent you a letter and you didn't respond, whatever the reason. They're just simply looking for new information. Okay, we've already talked about this. We're gonna move forward, And now, we're gonna talk about the e-poll pad. There is a connection to what they want to call a MiFi. And David could probably explain this better than me.
Sure, a little bit.
Yeah, tell us about the MiFi.
Okay, so it's a super secure network connection. I mean, it's as secure can get. I mean, let's face it, if anything is digital and it's broadcast, it can be hacked. So, but the MiFi basically is a secure network that constabulary, like the sheriff's department, you know, people with super secure communications, that's what they use. So that MiFi is just not a regular Wi-Fi, like a regular modem or whatever.
Public.
Pardon?
It's not public.
It's not public, you know, and I have personally tried to find it like on my mobile device when I was working as an election tech. I don't see that network show up on my phone, for example.
So it's
okay?
blocked.
So yeah, I mean,
Not just anybody can buy it.
it's a secure, yeah, exactly, Pam.
So my point in bringing this up, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For clearing that up, is that the e-poll pad is connected to a MiFi that gets regular updates from Kara's office and the voter registrar. It is possible that somebody that sent in a ballot by mail, that it was received on Monday, and it may take them a day or two to upload it to us at the polls. That it's very important that you regularly refresh your poll pad and have it sink in. It's almost like saying, I've been reading email for a while, maybe I need to check and see if there's a new email that's come through. Have you ever done that before? It's like I need to hit the inbox and just let it go, shh. Okay, now there's 2 or 3 answers from Pam that I was waiting on or whatever, you know? So it's a little bit like that. So sometimes if your e-poll pad doesn't want to download or accept new information, and keep in mind that this is particularly critical because we do countywide voting. If somebody goes into one polling place and votes, then every other polling place needs to know immediately. So this download information should be shot out to everybody's poll pad. So if your poll pad is not syncing regularly, then you are potentially going to have some real problems, okay? So every now and then, it'll just be real stubborn, and just like, you know, you do Control-Alternate-Delete on a computer, right? Sometimes you have to do what they want to call a hard reset. And so if you're having a problem and you see the little cloud is red instead of green up there on your poll pad, and you call down to Diana, they go, just do a hard reset, bye. You know, I'm like, what? How do you do a hard reset? Okay, so there's 2 ways to do it. And I've written them down here. I'll send you this presentation so that you'll know. All right, so in review, these are the steps, and I would recommend that you print this out and you tape it on your table right next to the poll pad, so that, especially if you're brand new, Leanne, Nada, Richard, you know, whomever may be wanting to work or whatever for the first time, this is just a checklist. And since we're all going to learn how to do everybody else's job, when you're brand new, you need the checklist. Okay, believe that we have covered a lot of things, but I do want to point out something that I've noticed is a trend with correcting names and such. I've noticed that when people are going in to get new driver's licenses, they are asking women to drop their middle name and to put their maiden name as their middle name, which causes all kinds of issues. You know, I already have 2 last names. I don't need, you know, my name is this long as it is, right? Okay, so you're going to have a lot of differences. With women, you're going to have Kimberly Bridges Young or Kimberly Leanne Young or Kimberly Leanne Bridges. You know, who are you? Okay, so just be aware, be a little sensitive, especially if you're dealing, it may happen with men. I don't know too many men that change their names, but it could happen. Just keep in mind that, you know, you're gonna run across that. So brush it off easily, do a similar name affidavit. You are the same person, right? Okay, now, all right. All right. Okay, so this is kind of a checklist of all the questions that I've learned to ask whenever you can't find a voter's name in the poll pad. This is another one that if you're brand new, I would definitely print this off and tape it to your table or put it in your book so that you can refer to it. I won't go through the questions with you right now, but you'll be able to access them whenever you get this. Okay, let's talk about fleeing voters. All right, there's all kinds of spoiled ballot situations, and I'll probably ask my fellow judges to help me with this because this is one of those real, you know, weird situations. A fleeing voter is definitely a problem, okay? They took their ballot with them, okay? So I send John to go run in the parking lot to go grab him, you know, before he gets in his car. And, you know, it's too late. You know, I know where he lives, but,
Well,
you know.
we got the bat, right?
So anyway, it's a frustrating situation. So at that point, you have to make certain that you actually cancel the fact that they didn't vote, okay? So you spoil the ballot by pressing the duo's poll worker blue button, okay? A lot of times they just won't even really finish. And there's a little blue button back on that side right there. And you can actually spoil the ballot right there. You can go to the screen that says spoil ballot. Right here, see? And of course you'd have to enter your poll worker code. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there we go. Yes, spoil the ballot, okay? Yeah, so I'm spoiling it, okay? So the current ballot has been spoiled, okay. All right, so if there's a piece of paper that you can actually write spoiled on, do it. If not, then you're gonna have to fill out the name of the person that did it. That's the tricky part. If you've got a lot of people that have come in, well, it was a man, so it's gotta be a man's name. Well, I don't know, you know.
Well, machine, so it's kind of hard to.
So, yeah, so here you are. You have to go back to the poll pad receipt, and you've got to get his name and his address and everything to fill out the spoiled ballot log. If you have the piece of paper, the ballot itself, that he didn't scan, that he left in the machine, then put a big old X on it in red, put spoiled, and you put it in the spoiled ballot bag along with the log, okay? All right. There's other situations where it's not really necessarily a spoiled ballot, it's that it got chewed up in the machine, okay? It got chewed up and it's not scannable, all right? In many situations, you don't actually have to spoil it, you can just reprint the ballot, okay? And the very first time that you have to do this, you're like, what do I do, how do I do this? It's pretty easy to do, but you get to the point sometimes in the screen where you've already passed that option and you can't do it. At that point, you actually do have to spoil the ballot. I think the most important thing here is to recognize that if a voter continues to make some errors and you repeatedly have to spoil the ballots, they can only spoil 2 ballots if they have to vote the 3rd. So it's 3 times and you're out, okay?
Kim, when you have one that you reprint successfully, what do you do with the one that was bad?
Spoil it.
You just,
And when I spoil it, man, I overkill. I write down the person's VUID number, their name, their date of birth. I mean, it's like, man, you know, I've got everything but their kids' names on there.
If I may amplify on the
Yes.
point you're making,
Yeah.
for the folks who are new, in that 3 strike you're out rule with spoiling a ballot. So this pertains to someone who may have decided or recognized the fact that they voted incorrectly.
Oh, yeah.
And they wanted to change their vote again.
Yeah.
And then, hey, you know what, I made a mistake, can I go back?
As long as they haven't scanned it,
You
you
see,
know, that's very helpful.
And so
Yeah.
that's one of the cases in which you may want to spoil that ballot and allow the voter to vote again.
And in order to do that, keep in mind that the e-poll pad has already checked them in. You cannot check in twice. You can only check in once. So the only way that that person is going to be able to vote is if you create an access code. Remember earlier I demonstrated how to do that? You make sure you select the correct precinct, so you have to go back and look at the e-poll receipts, find out what precinct he or she is in, enter it, and give them another access code, and then they go and they actually go to the Duo, they print out the sheet, then you watch it while they scan it.
So another access code generated by the controller.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's where your numbers on the controller are going to always be higher than, you know, your other numbers, which was a source of real frustration when I was new. Finally, I got used to it.
Which is another reason why I like to keep those receipts, poll pad receipts, up to date, because if you have that kind of information, you can go back and find them.
Exactly.
And then indicate spoiled.
Yeah. And I'm going to show you a picture here in a minute of a way you can document these situations. We already talked about the ADA equipment. I want to do some role playing, but I want to show you.
While you're doing that, Kim, may I ask? So that spoil ballot, you take the poll pad receipt. If it's a ballot you need to spoil, doesn't that receipt accompany the existing paperwork to put in the?
No, keep the receipts in order together.
Okay, so you don't put that
No, not in the
spoiled?
Not in the spoiled ballot bag. No. Keep your
point
receipts
to it
together.
is reconciliation to the scanner and the poll book.
Right.
Is the real purpose.
Right, but the other thing that I wanted to, the reason I've got this on the screen here is to show you closing paperwork when you're filling out your daily envelope. This is what they look like, okay? That's probably not very big, but the whole point I'm making is on the bottom where it says comments. During the day, if I've had to issue extra access codes, I try to use a hash mark, how many I should have, so that at the end of the day, when I'm looking at what my controller says versus, you know, what my other machinery says, I'll go, oh, well, that makes sense. I issued 5 extra access codes today.
Okay. You put that in your notes down at the bottom that you had to do that,
Yeah.
so that they'll know there was something went on at your site.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay. We're gonna get back to role plays in just a minute. Let's talk a little bit about, now I actually think we've talked well enough when we were doing some demonstrations here about setting up before the elections. We've talked already about the black box. Some of this is a little bit out of order based on what seemed to be appropriate at the time. But we do want to talk about the seal verification. At the end of the day, you're going to be closing these down and you're going to shut them and lock them. But she has given us some seals, and I had them on the table here. Here we go. And I so nicely packed them away. Here we go. Come here. Here we go. This is what they look like. And they have numbers on them. Okay? All right. So you will actually put one of these on each piece of equipment, and I like to put one on this right here myself. Okay? And and the e-poll pad doesn't really have a place for you to put this, so we just put this directly in the cage. So, yeah.
I put one on the poll because where you close it up, there's little holes.
Okay, well there you go.
Stick it through that little hole.
All right.
Yeah.
You can't overdo these things, guys. You want to make sure that you get plenty of, sometimes you have to beg for them, let me tell you. All right, but this is the seal verification log. Now this is kind of, at first when you start doing it, you're like, huh, what am I doing here? Basically, you look at the equipment on the left, the controller, scanner, poll pad, whatever, and I number the duos. Okay, that's number 1, and there's number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, whatever. And when you're setting up, you write down the serial numbers of each one of these. And then when you get the equipment, it's coming with a seal. There will be a seal on it. If there isn't, well, then you simply don't put it there, okay? And whatever the date is, basically you start there, and then the next day when you come in, you would look at yesterday's to see what that seal number was, and as you remove the seals, you're verifying this is duo number 1. Yep, that's the same one I put on last night. I'll tell you about a true incident, what happened. I had an overeager poll worker working with me who grabbed all of these. Basically, I had come and I'd snipped them all and I'd put them right to the right, and then I went back around and I unlocked all the machines and I went back around and seated them and went back around and turned them on, you know. I have a system, that's how I do it. Well, this person went and she just grabbed each one of these, willy-nilly. No, she threw them in a paper bag. So we didn't know which seal went with which equipment. Okay, so you say, why is that important? We've got a record of it right here, right? No? Yeah, but it's just not right. It's just not right, okay? You really need to know that that seal came off of that equipment.
May I say something? And I figured this out later. We used to put the whole thing with the little string, cut it all off, put it in the daily bag.
Of course, yeah.
And that's your other verification that
Yeah.
everything is like it's supposed to be. So in case they have to go back at the office,
Yeah.
it's all there. It's on the paperwork.
Everything
It's in the bag.
from that day goes in that bag.
That's right.
Absolutely, or that wheelbarrow. Okay. All right, so we're gonna move along here. We talked about assigning numbers earlier. One thing I did want to point out is that if you've got a machine that has gone bad on you and you have to replace it, take that thing down when you get a moment in between motors and lock it up, put it in the cage, put a big old, sticker on it or, piece of paper. This thing won't feed, this thing won't work, this thing is a hunk of junk, whatever. It has no ink, this thing talked back to me, whatever. Okay, but you will not be able to reassign that number. So you're gonna have to start with another number. So you may have 1 through 9 and then you might go to 11, all right? That's fine. I also wanted to point out there is a real good way to repack these cords inside the Duos. Did you notice that they were in there just, you're wondering how in the world? You try to put that back in there. Leanne, I could give you that cord and I bet it would take you 10 minutes to figure out how to get that thing back in there. This is like toothpaste in the tube. So this is what I learned to do. I took a picture of the way that it should go. The block, this block, goes in first, okay? On the bottom. And then you roll everything as tightly as you can and you stuff it in next to the block. Then you take the other half, disconnected, and you roll it as tight as you can to get it in there. Because unless you get this thing closed, you can't operate the Duo.
You can't close that.
You can't.
Little deal. It will not close.
Also remember, if you have to take out a Duo out of your chain, it's gonna shut down either part or all of your chain.
Exactly.
So you need to be prepared for that, or just leave it plugged in, mark it unusable, and go on.
Yeah. It's also a good point to make that if you're gonna designate a particular Duo for curbside, then it'd be best to use the last one in the row, if you can, So
That's the other thing, if you take one down to go outside, the rest of them will stay up.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will.
The first time I did that, I thought, oh my gosh, it's gonna shut the whole thing.
Oh, I know, me too. Yeah.
Because they're all still connected with the daisy chain.
Yeah, there's enough things to worry about, right?
Yeah,
We don't
I know.
need to create any more, but
Thank you.
Lord have mercy. Okay. Okay, I believe that we've discussed this. We haven't really talked a lot about when you arrive, but what I tend to do, and I'm pretty sure that most of the judges do the same thing that I do, is I delegate. I say, okay, John, would you please go put the signs outside? Okay, Pam, would you please take care of the seals for me? Martha, would you please unlock the machines, use the black key? Richard, all right, I need you to get the ballots out of the cage, okay? Nada, I'm gonna need you to set up the control, okay? So everybody's got a job, and so we just move as quickly as we can to get set up. The first day that we did this, we started at like 6 in the morning, and we were done at 7, okay? Second day we did this, we started at 6, and we were done at 6:45. Third day we did this, we started at 6 and we were done at 6:30. So you see how quickly you learn how to do it and work as a team. Try not to do the same thing all the time so that you're cross-training, okay? Main thing that you have to do is make sure that you're open, ready with your poles open and all machinery working, with your paper out, your name tags on, your oath taken 5 minutes before. You're gonna get a phone call from Kara's office asking if you are up and running. And it's crazy because I'll get these text messages and all 20 people will be replying, yes, we're up and running over here at Bishop. Yes, we're up and running here at Cal Allen. I'm like, what, as opposed to being in bed? What? You know, of course I'm up and running. You hired me to do the job, I'm here. But they do want confirmations.
What they can also tell on their machine up there, because I've had them call and say, you're not up and running, or your pole pad's not.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
So they know, but they still call you.
They'll go, I don't see you.
Yeah.
You're not online. You're not here. So that's pretty cool. All right, first thing you do though, of course, after you set up all the equipment, you run your zero tapes. Everybody verifies that what we did on the envelope yesterday and we came in today, that it's the same thing, okay? All right. Okay, so closing time. I really have not had this happen, but maybe once, where we had people waiting outside. We were in a very limited space facility. Teeny tiny little place. I don't think that thing was as big as Pat's office plus Carmen's office. I mean, it really was not real functional. We had people out the door after closing time. So at that point, you have to station a poll worker, which you cannot at that point before you lose, at the end of the line. Either that or you have to trust that the person that is at the end of the line that's holding the end of the line ticket, you'll get a ticket that you can hand them, is actually not gonna let somebody go in front of them. So that's kind of a tricky little thing there, so you
What
gotta
I've
keep that
had them
in mind.
do also is they hand it to the person behind them. So whoever has if it's number 6, number 6 has been handed, so you have to have
We've seen
a
it
whole
all, haven't we?
person, yes.
We've seen it all, yeah.
So don't hand it to them.
Yeah,
They'll
okay.
just pass it to them.
So let's talk about closing the polls. All right, so after they leave, we're tired, man. We want to get out of here, right? All right, so you lock the doors, make sure your blinds are closed or whatever. And at that point, again, just like setting up, we have a ritual. Pam, would you please take care of putting the seals on? No, Richard, would you please turn them off? Would you please unseat them? Would you please do the seals? Would you please bring the signs in? Would you please do this? And we just get through it as quickly as we can. Our record is 13 minutes.
Mine is fine.
And we did everything.
You know why?
Shutting down.
Because
That's just shutting down, yeah.
Because what I do, if we're closing at 5 on that day, and maybe it's a lull, I put all my numbers behind where nobody can see them, so nobody can come and say, oh, I'm gonna take this home, it's my souvenir. You can't see it behind the machine because you stuck it back there. I've already numbered everything, put it all on there, so when whoever is locking it down, when they pick it up, it's there, and they put it on.
We all have learned ways to get around and do things faster, and whatever works for you, as long as it's legal, fine with me.
And there's a way to put those on so you don't take it off before you check the numbers. What if somebody else came in, changed your number, and it's not the same number?
Well, we're all very suspicious, right?
Well, no, I don't like my butt chewed out,
I don't
okay?
either. Okay, so talking about closing and making sure that we do everything right. This machine is gonna print out a zero tape, okay? Once you request it, okay? Once I suspend, then it's going to print out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, accept, so secure, right? It's gonna print out what is run through today, okay? So these are the closing tapes. You'll notice, sorry, they're not so big, but you'll be able to see when I send them out to you. One of them is for the controller. You see the little line about halfway down? Right here, this is for the controller and that one's for the scanner. And they're 2 off. That's not unusual because the controller would have issued a couple of extra access codes. And then I sign and anybody else that's present, that's a poll worker signs, okay? And what Diana does every time may be just a little different than the time before, okay? It used to be you had to call in your numbers. And the numbers that you would call in would be on a form that they gave you that looks like this. I'm going to pass this around. And basically, at first, they had not developed this. So calling in the numbers, you know, they're asking you a series of questions, and you've already written these down on your daily envelope. So man, you're tired, right? Let's get out of here. So they come up with this great spreadsheet, and basically what you do is you shoot a picture of the spreadsheet, and you shoot a picture of your daily envelope and a picture of closing tapes, send it to the text message, stream that she likes you to do, and that's so much easier, but it may change this time. We have to be fluid and flexible. There's one filled out, okay? And if you have a question about something, then I kind of add my own comments on there. Like, for example, it doesn't say cumulative or not cumulative. And that's always been a big question in my mind. See, over here, when you're looking at the envelopes, it's scanned end of day ballot count. Now, is that cumulative, or is that how many we did that day? See? And I've always thought that they need to redo these envelopes to where you're recording both of them, okay? So what I did is I did my own version of that. I wrote, like, on the right-hand side, I wrote cumulative, this is what we did today, this is what we've done total. I don't think you can over-document everybody. Just document like crazy, okay? All right, when you're securing the area, remember the unused ballots need to go back in the cage as well. And your e-poll pad has to go in the cage because that's probably the most critical piece of equipment that we have, which is probably the reason why Kara couldn't give it to us today. Lock the cage and the judge takes the key, okay? Your keys. This right here will tell you what opens what, and that's very helpful. Kara has recently, in the last few years, let's see, let me show you. She has started issuing one set of 4 keys and another squiggly with only 2 keys. And that's so that the judge could hold on to this. And I could give the 2 keys to Nada and say, Nada, you go and use the black and the purple. Because black will open the duo, purple will unseat it. That's all she needs. She doesn't need the key to the cage. She doesn't need, the black box key or anything like that. All right? So that's kind of handy. It was nice. We got 3 sets of keys today. Really surprising. One thing that we don't do enough of, and that is check the machines regularly for items that people leave behind. If there's something on there that they left that would encourage somebody to vote a certain way, we don't want to be, responsible for that, so we want to take care of it and we just throw it away, okay? You pretty regularly want to compare your counts. You want to complete your paperwork as it happens. I heard somebody tell me that they worked with somebody that didn't like to do the paperwork. It all ended up in a pile like this at the end of the day, and it took forever to sort them out. Take your time, do it slowly, do it right. Limit conversations when voters are present, okay? Talking about what we're going to cook for dinner, or, last Christmas, or, anything else, that's all great and dandy. But don't initiate a conversation when a voter is present unless it's absolutely necessary and has to do with election, okay? Because people can get really confused. And if there's too much chatter going on, and it's unnecessary chatter, okay, then they may not be reading what they're wanting to vote on. We don't want to be accused of distracting the voters, okay? We do not discuss or speculate on the number of votes received by any candidate or measure. As mentioned earlier, we do not discuss whose neighbor has come in, whose wife has come in, who you haven't seen in a while, whatever. Now, if you want to just casually say, I haven't seen you in a while, good to see you again, thank you for coming, that's a different matter. Okay. I believe that we've talked about most of this, but I want to go over a couple of things that I learned the hard way. When you're trying to check somebody in and they've got a name that's like De La Garza, McGregor, sometimes there's spaces that they put in, and sometimes there's spaces that they leave out. And you can just guarantee yourself, if the driver's license says De La Garza, we probably have De La Garza. All one word, okay? So if you don't find them one way, find them the other. When you're doing a manual entry, if you're looking at the poll pad, and you'll notice up on the top right-hand corner, it will say Advanced Options. Select Advanced Options, because the fastest way to look up somebody is by their VUID. If you can't find them by the VUID, we probably have a problem. My next best choice would be the driver's license number. We can't find them there, we still probably have a problem. Or you can actually look them up by their date of birth, but you're going to get multiple people with different names. So I just have a system, and I've learned that the VUID is the fastest if you've got the VUID. If you run 2 poll pads, you have to run 2 MyFIs. Okay? That makes sense, right? All right. If you scan a driver's license that has already voted, the regular screen will not come up. It will show the voter's name highlighted with voted in the middle. If the blue light on the printer flashes red, change the paper. Don't wait. Because if the printer doesn't give you the access code at the bottom, the scannable code, then you've got to create an access code. Okay. So you definitely want to stay on top of this stuff. We have plenty of paper, guys. Okay. That's one thing they always give us plenty of. Paper clips? No. Paper? Yes. Okay. The poll pad. Okay. We talked earlier about how the little blue box that comes with the poll pad, the printer, it should already be plugged in on the bottom, so you don't have to remove the printer and then reach down in there and get your glasses just so right, find that little tiny hole in the back. Well, the iPad itself sometimes comes not connected to the printer, and you've got to do that. It's a real pain in the neck. So just kind of look out for that. It's a very good possibility that it will come that way. All right, so this one right here on the very bottom, trying to remember if I was told not to share this with you, but since it's already there, I'm going to. Sorry, Carol. Anyway, okay, if you need to reprint your poll pad receipt, let's just say it printed halfway, then the paper ran out. Look up the voter manually, and next to the voter's name, there's a little wheel, just a little icon right there, okay? Click on the wheel and enter the code Texas, and it gives you the option to reprint.
Is that case sensitive?
I don't know.
I was told it was.
Okay, I don't
I was
know.
told it was all lower.
I only had to do it once.
What's that question again?
Is it case sensitive?
Because she has a capital T, and I was told it was all lowercase.
Well, try one. If that doesn't work, then
Yeah,
try
I'm
the
just
other.
curious.
Okay. Now, this is important because, okay, if it couldn't print, then we
got an extra number.
extra
Yeah,
access
you
code,
don't
right?
want
It's a
that.
pain in the neck, right? Okay, but the other thing to keep in mind is that you cannot reprint from poll pad number 1 if you ran the voter on number 2.
Yeah, that's right.
You can only reprint it on number 2. So, okay. All right. If somebody from CARE's office calls you and you are swamped and you really don't want to do it, they tell you to stop processing voters, you need to update the poll pad, do it. No questions, do it. If it's urgent enough that they had that many changes in the last few minutes, you need to be aware of it. All right, we already talked about keeping control of poll pad receipt. We've already talked about them moving, the emergency drop slot. We talked about the scanner, cleaning it. Only use a microfabric cloth. I mean, I always have one with me for my glasses, but you know, somebody should probably have one with them. Do not use paper towel. This is what I learned. Thank goodness it worked out. If the control paper jams while you're printing the zero report, change the paper. If it still doesn't print a whole copy, turn off the power, unlock it, and redock the Duo. Then lock the Duo again, turn the power on, and the zero report will print. Boy, did I bungle through that one. All right. Okay, Duo Go. All right, this is another in that category of pieces of junk, okay? The Duo Go, which was manufactured by Hart, they tried to meet the deadlines for their contract with the state. They did, but the Duo Go is a piece of junk. It needs to be fully charged. The printer on the Duo Go must be fully charged to allow the paper to be inserted and printed. For those of you that have not done a curbside with the Duo Go, you remove this. You undock it, and you take it and you put it in this metal box, plastic box, that's got a miniature printer in it, which will then print the ballot, okay, out there in the curb.
And it only goes a certain way because of the deal that you have to
Yes,
pay.
ma'am, it only goes a certain way. This is one of those things where somebody that's done it before needs to show you, because it's almost impossible to explain.
Really?
But keep in mind that if you have multiple curbsides coming one right after the other, you may run out of power, and if it doesn't print that ballot, that voter's got a real problem. What we have to do is we have to go back inside and we have to call and have the elections department cancel their vote and tell them to come back in a few hours. We're gonna have power. So make sure that you regularly check that plug to make sure that that printer is printing. The other thing that I noticed that if you want to insert the paper, you want to do that while it's still plugged in before you unplug it, so that it has the full juice coming. So you're not just using battery, okay? Leave it plugged in until you're ready to walk out that door.
I leave it plugged in, period, because it's
Amen.
just a Duo. And
Amen.
when you leave at night, plug that bad boy in and leave it plugged in.
Oh, yeah, and also too, depending upon where you're working, I've had this happen where the plug didn't work.
Yeah, you gotta make sure the little light comes on. If
And
the
so,
light
you know
doesn't come
what?
on-
In my little supply box, I have a night light. And I plug that night light in, and if that night light doesn't light up, I know the plug doesn't work. Right? Simple? Right? Okay, worked for me. I think we talked about most things, but there are certain differences between the way things are handled on early voting versus election day, and these are all of them, and I'll let you review them at your leisure. And this is the final slide, other than role play, which we have not done, and we have about 10 minutes to do that.
I have a question. What do you do? I had a fire alarm go off in school one time.
That's a tough one. I've heard almost everybody give me a different answer.
I was told you have to take the controller, I guess the scanner now, and.
Oh, I can see myself.
I know.
The fire is raging and I've got, you know, like 3 pieces of equipment trying to
I
get
didn't
out
have
the
the
door.
scanner and I took the controller, but not too many people can haul it all the way across.
Well, let me just say this, I was at the courthouse, there was a fire drill, Eric came running downstairs, I already knew that, but Eric came running downstairs, you gotta take the controller, and we were unplugging stuff. There was no scanner at that time, just the controller, but you had to take the controller, and I would take the scanner, I'm sorry. I can hold both things and run, but I don't know about the phone beds, I don't know if I can take.
Yeah, guys, you're gonna have to constantly just make decisions. And if you don't feel confident in your decisions, if it's within the law, call Diana and she'll give you some direction.
Okay, I need to ask you a question. I've got a voter, and sometimes we have elderly people, and they're voting. I need to go to the restroom. They have not finished voting. What do you do?
Ask them to cross.
No, what you do is you take one of your poll watchers, or poll workers, not watchers, workers, and you have them, this is the machine, they stand in front of it to secure the vote. That nobody, comes around and goes, oh, so-and-so voted for this, that, and the other. That's what you have to do until they come out of the restroom, because you sure don't want to have to clean up an accident, okay?
Going back to the courthouse, when you had to go out, did you guys suspend the polls?
You have to suspend and reopen again, yeah. But they know that, because if it's somewhere else, then you call in and say, you gotta close down because of fire drill.
Okay, now, we have just about 10 minutes left if we're going to try to stick to the schedule. So I want to know where you feel like you may need extra instruction in practice and role play. Is there something that you want to walk through? These are the typical issues that you're going to find and how you deal with them. Sometimes requires experience, but sometimes it just requires patience.
I think primarily the thing that we're gonna all deal with more than anything is provisional ballots. I mean, they're not scary, but they are.
They are.
They really are. They are.
And it's not that it's scary, it's just that it's this crazy form.
No, it is
It makes
scary.
no sense.
Yeah.
To me, it makes no
It's really
sense.
long. Yeah, it's crazy.
But I would like a little,
I, unfortunately, since I could not get the form to walk through the process from A to Z from Kara's office, I showed, you weren't here, but I showed the green envelope, filling that out, and explained that you would, there's a sheet of paper inside the provisional bag, which we did not get, that you would hand the voter, and there's instructions on how they can go within 5 days to clear it up. But there's also instructions on how you process the provisional ballot.
And then we have the book that walks you through it with a picture of it and what goes where.
Exactly, and
Also, Kim, the thing that always confuses me is when you go to the controller to create the provisional ballot access code.
If you are able to get a DRE from the e-poll pad, then that's not a problem, okay? You're able to actually scan it, and you're actually able to produce an access code, which will come out really long and skinny. You cut it off, you give them the access code at the top, and the bottom part you put in the white envelope that goes in the green envelope.
They have to sign it.
The
Have to
thing
sign
is,
it.
take your time.
That's it. That's
Take
the
your
whole
time. If
thing.
you're rushing, you're gonna make a mistake.
That's the whole thing.
Slow down right then and there,
And
take your time
As
and walk.
with everything else, find somebody that's done it before and have them walk you through it.
But
Even if you have to sacrifice somebody, doing the regular job, just say, you need to learn this, so come over here and learn.
But my question is, kind of walk through what you would say to somebody. That possibly you could make them understand you're wasting your time.
Okay, so let's create a scenario, okay? Let's pretend that, let's see, what's a really good scenario? Somebody thought they registered to vote, but they didn't. They're very upset. Their mother told them if they didn't vote, they're gonna be in real trouble because the mother is really behind a particular candidate, right? Okay, so they're like, oh, I have to vote, I have to vote. Okay, you're not registered in this county. Clearly, I apologize. I wish that, I could do anything else, but there's only one other option, and that is called a provisional vote. And we're not really allowed to tell them that it couldn't count, but what I do is I'll say, they will resolve it by rejecting it, unless there is a reason that they could actually approve it. And if you're not registered in this county and you didn't do it in time, that's what they will make the decision to do.
I always just tell them it goes before the ballot board and they make the decision. I leave it at that and that's all I tell them.
That's a very tactful way to do it.
It's a very so that cuts you out of saying, well, it may or may not count.
Exactly.
And then they're looking at you funny. So just say it goes before the ballot board and they make the decision whether it counts.
That's a very tactful way of saying it.
What do you think about suggesting to them, because this would kind of probably work for me, is that remind them that there's a signature that you have to put on and it's an affidavit, and if you're lying, I mean, you need to consider that this is, well, you don't have to say lying, but I mean, you know.
Under penalty of perjury.
I'm tired. So
Yeah, the word, yeah, the under penalty of perjury.
Under penalty of perjury.
Yeah, and all
this is
affidavits.
a legal document that you have to sign.
Yeah,
So maybe it'll make them think twice about.
that may be. We have to be very careful about making an assumption that somebody is doing something unlawful.
Right.
I mean, we really have to be very careful about that. After having seen and heard everything, we think we have, right? We probably want to walk that line just as much as we can, and not let anything even possibly be perceived as a threat.
Yes.
So
I did have one lady at the last general election that when she got to that part, she got up and walked out.
well, and that may be.
I mean, she was reading it. So to her credit, she was reading what she was filling out.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what else they'll walk out on when you show them 5 days. You gotta go to the courthouse.
Exactly.
You know, on that sheet of paper.
Yeah, they go, oh, I'm supposed to be on a cruise in 5 days.
I underline that. I
Yeah.
said, you really need to read this.
Yeah, and if you don't
Hoping
show,
and praying, they're just gonna say, I'm
yeah,
going away.
if you don't show, then
I hate
Now,
it.
the ballot, when they fill out, when they go to the duo and they fill out the ballot, doesn't the ballot have to go inside that green envelope?
it goes inside the white envelope with the bottom portion of the access code, okay? And that goes in the green envelope, okay?
But that indicates you're folding that ballot, right?
We are.
Yeah, but you have to.
You have
because it
to.
has
It's not
get in
gonna
that
be-
white
it's not gonna be
envelope.
scanned.
It's gonna be manually processed
Processed.
at the courthouse.
So you don't have to worry about that.
Exactly,
The
yeah.
other thing is also, when you're setting up your room, make sure that all your paperwork and stuff is way away from where
Yes.
your voter will get
Yes.
to see. Because some people get very curious and next thing you know, you look up and they're looking through. That can't happen.
Well, not only that, Barbara, but what you have a lot of is people just wanting to fill it out right there at your check-in table. And so that's why, you know, going back to every poll worker has got a job. And that there will be a poll worker that you can designate or you can volunteer or whatever to say, would you mind please helping this voter over there at that table fill out the statement of residence?
Yeah.
I generally have the table where ours is different. And it's right there in the walkway where they're going to the machines, but it's, you know, not in the same area.
Yeah.
There's a table set up and I have my voter registration, my SOR.
All of your
that
forms, every form.
On that table, and
Yeah.
a couple of pins, so.
Yeah, yeah. Keep in mind that some of these forms, we don't want them walking off with them.
No.
So everything needs to be watched, but that's why somebody should be assisting you. What I have learned to do is, instead of allowing the voter to fill out the statement of residence or the whatever that they're filling out, I fill it out and just have them sign it, because I get where they're handwriting 3/4 of the time, and then they leave things out, and I've got to add things. And it's a lot more comfortable for me to say, why don't you just, you know, sit there, give me your driver's license, and watch me while I do this? And I don't know, maybe
I'll
that's.
tell y'all what I do with provisionals. I have my friend is the head of the board that decides, you know, and I tell them I have a friend that does that. She's not gonna approve it, so y'all can go. I really don't, but.
Hey, Terry Ann, I mean, I could fill a book with things I would like to say, but I can't.
And I'll tell you what, I was about ready to shut down the
Oh,
whole
that's
thing and
right.
leave.
The last one with the cell phone use,
Yeah.
we had a couple come in, he has some great family feathers, and probably enough ink to fill up
Oh.
the table here. And he and his wife came in, and they had their cell phone, they were gonna use it, and I said, I'm sorry, sir. See that sign right there says you can't use it, can't use your cell phone. He said, you're discriminating against the elderly. And I said, you know what, I am so sorry, sir, I don't make the rules, I'm just supposed to.
I'm just elderly.
I'm just enforce them. So, here's what we can do. You can go to our sample ballots, and you can write down all the names that you want, and you can carry that piece of paper in there with you. But you can't use your cell phone, sorry.
Yeah, and what I've done in the past is I've also said, if you would like to sit way over there and fill out,
Yeah.
that on a piece of paper, that's fine. But what I'm gonna ask you to do is go outside and write down on the piece of paper what you wanna put on this, okay? Because really, we can't let them be sitting there on their phone, writing it down inside the facility. So, I mean, this is just one of those things, guys, that
And as
you
you're
see
walking
everything.
in my area and it's a long way, it's all on the wall. They don't see it.
No,
No.
they
Or
don't.
they act like they don't see it, and they come
Yeah.
out, I'm sorry, but you can't have your phone out.
Well, then they wanna argue with you. I'm not using it. It's just there.
You need to turn power
Or
down.
my, it's controlling my hearing aid. I have to have it.
Oh, that's another one Jerry Ann just brought up. Everybody here?
No, what?
Everybody hear
What did you say, Jerry Ann?
Have you ever had them say, oh, it's controlling my hearing aid, I have to have it on? I'll just tell them, well, I guess you're gonna be able to hear.
Well, they don't really have to hear the duo, because the duo's not talking to them.
But they'll tell you that in a skinny minute.
Oh, that's the other thing. When people come in with those plugs in, you have to get them to take them out.
Yeah.
Because they can be talking to somebody on the phone and you wouldn't know it. And the phone is in the pocket.
I know
but
it.
they've got the
We've seen it all.
deals in it.
Well,
Yeah,
I hate to bring this to a close. Can we give Kim a big thank you? We're going to send this out to you all. We've got your emails, all right? We also are going to send you out a certificate, and we will let the Office of Kara Sands, our election clerk, know that you've gone through this with your name. We'll also let your respective parties know that you've gone through this extensive training. Hopefully what that does is put a big star by your name to make you the star of the poll working world. If you have any more questions, we have, I'm sure Kim will get out our phone number, right, Kim?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And anyway, so our next meeting, EIP, is February the 9th. We do have a candidate that's going to be there, Greg Kunkel. He is running for the 34th District of the United States of Representatives. He is a Republican candidate.
But we do not endorse any candidates.
No, we do not endorse candidates. We just allow them to come and share their campaign. And they also can bring their campaign material and then talk to you individually about their campaign, etc. But anyway, so that's February 9th at 6:30 at Silverado Restaurant. And if you want to join our group and get involved, we have a voter roll maintenance group. We have a legislative group that covers both state and local and national. Then we also have a commissioner's court, and that's a group that works along with our county commissioners in areas of local elections, which they're the ones that approve this hard equipment. They're the ones that provide the funds for you to be able to work during early voting, etc. So I just had a senior moment and lost where I was going.
I do that all the time. I would like to ask, I had a couple of new people hang around and help me put the equipment back in that room. Because this is called tear down, and after the elections are over with, and they are over now, we have to tear down.
All right, but we are going to get a picture of everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
If I do anything, it'll kill it, whatever recorded